at shop.explorist.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale. Good morning, everybody, and happy Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. How are we feeling?
Feeling good.
You know, turkey hangover?
Not too bad, no.
We yesterday we kind of had a atypical Thanksgiving to a degree. we got up pretty early and we finished up a remodel on our old warehouse that you guys watched a lot of videos out of. We're selling that one to move into a different warehouse that's bigger, better, and has more room for tinned wire for all you people with boats, the marine crowd. And we got done at like noon or so, and then we were headed home, and Steph's like, I think I'm gonna make a turkey. I was like, oh, okay then.
Yep, I wasn't planning on doing any kind of Thanksgiving dinner, but we had a turkey, and I had it thawing because I was planning on making it on like this weekend sometime. But yeah, I was like, well, may as well. So we threw together a quick Thanksgiving dinner, and it was pretty good.
It was pretty good. So everybody, let me know where you're tuning in from. I always like to know if you're here in the U.S., if you're abroad, if you're celebrating Thanksgiving, anything like that. Just let us know in the chat. I think we're live on both YouTube and Facebook, I think. Historically, I've had a hard time going live on both at the same time, but that seems good to go at this point. So what is happening today? Black Friday, our only sale of the year. Steph, give us the rundown of sales that are going on.
Yeah, so actually we have quite a few sales going on. So our biggest one is going to be our buy your component and get the wiring kit 25% off. So that's across the board. So if you buy a Lynx distributor, you get the Lynx distributor wiring kit 25% off. If you buy a battery, get the battery bank 25% off, et cetera, et cetera. But in addition to that, we also have sales going on Victron components, on batteries, on all sorts of components. So yeah, we've got our SOK batteries are up to 37% off of MSRP.
Oddly specific.
Yeah, I did all of the calculations on these. Victron is 15% off of MSRP. Epoch batteries are also 15% off MSRP. Rich Solar everything, not just solar panels, but their batteries as well, are 15% off currently.
And we have a hybrid inverter charger from Rich Solar on the site.
We do.
So a 12 kVA or a 12,000 watt inverter. So that's also 15% off.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. And lastly, EcoFlow power stations. So this is new to our store overall, and they are up to 50% off of MSRP.
Yeah, so lots of really big deals. And we are actually going to be sort of kind of keeping our homepage, shop.explorist.life, up to date with all the different sales. So you can head over to our store at shop.explorist.life and check out all of the sales. We did the best we could on keeping all this organized. There's some of our other other manufacturers and stuff like that that are running different sales. But if you want to know what's on sale, the best spot to go is shop.explorers.life, and we'll try to keep this page up to date with everything. And we are working over the weekend to do this. Typically, we try to take the weekend off, but being our only sale of the year, we're going to be working over the weekend. Our CST team, Anna and CJ, they are actively answering questions in our support inbox. So if you have any questions about anything, obviously we're going to try to answer those questions here on the live stream, and we're going to be around for several hours today. I think historically it's usually a 5 or 6 hour ordeal, but you can always hit this little chat bubble right down here, and either myself, Steph, Anna, or CJ is going to get back to you over the weekend. If you don't like the chat thing here, then you can go up here to contact and then support, and then fill out this little form, just quick 2-question questionnaire, just to make sure your stuff's getting to the right person, and then we'll get you squared away. So that's shop.explorist.life/support, or the little chat bubble in the bottom right on the homepage. So what is going to be happening today on the live stream?
So we're going to do things a little bit differently for this live stream. So typically on our monthly live stream, we do a just general Q&A. We're not going to be doing that today, but we are going to be helping you guys build out your carts. So if you drop us how do we want to do this? I didn't really plan this out very well. If you drop your information on what you want to build,
let's do it like let's see. I need to make a quick link. What was that? What was the link? Where did I put our quote form? I just made a new page and I don't remember it.
Is it not the get a quote that just says get a quote?
Where is it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I did that. I did a smart thing and then forgot I did a smart thing. Okay. Hang on a second.
How do you get a quote from us? You click get a quote.
And
then we can get you a quote.
Okay, so the way that this is going to work today is if you want a cart made, or you're sort of curious about like what a full system price is going to be, that's sort of like custom to your needs. The way to do that is go up here to our store, shop.explorist.life, and then in the menu bar up here at the very top, click Get a Quote. And then what's going to happen then is it's going to ask you a series of questions. The survey should take no longer than 5 minutes. You don't need to have any technical knowledge about this, although there is a section that if you do have technical knowledge about sort of what you want, you can put that in there, but ultimately you don't need to have a full power audit done. You just need to tell us what devices you're trying to power. You just need to that kind of stuff, and we'll handle the battery bank sizing for you, just because we've done 30,000 plus orders and stuff like that, so we've got the experience to sort of do that on the fly. So anyway, go up here to shop.explorist.life and then hit Get a Quote, and it takes you to shop.explorist.life/get-a-quote, and fill out that form, and that's going to kick your inquiry over into our support inbox, and Steph and I are going to be sort of monitoring that, and then we're going to pull out some of the good ones that are coming across, some of the good questions, or the good systems that would make really good examples. So if you're trying to get a full system built and on the way, go ahead and do that, and we'll be looking. We have a couple lined up that came in this morning before the live chat started, and we're going to go ahead and do a couple of those here shortly. But that is how this is going to work, and I'll try to streamline this spiel because I just made that up on the fly.
Perfect.
I should have practiced that.
Yeah,
that's okay.
We've been just so busy trying to get everything ready for Black Friday that I think we kind of missed a few little minor details like
the
that.
nuances whenever you're like already live.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any that are already kind of lined up, or do you want me to sort of take off on that?
Why don't you take off on that? I think the ones that I've been working on this morning are already done. So
perfect. So I'm just going to be kind of looking through the ones I had a good one pulled up just a second ago, and I would be sort of showing you the result of the survey, but I couldn't find a way to do that didn't share people's personal information, like emails and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like that's kind of a privacy violation. So
yeah, let's not do that.
So I didn't. So I'll just be reading things off and sort of reading the results and everything like that.
Cool. So, well, while you get that pulled up, I'll go over a couple of just minor housekeeping items. So for Black Friday, Our sale started this morning at midnight, and it goes until Monday at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So, if you've got questions about your system or anything like that, now is a great time to ask those questions. Monday at 4 p.m. is probably not the best time to ask those questions.
Because we'll answer questions.
We'll answer the questions, but if you miss the sale, you miss the sale.
I have a whole folder full of memes of like, too bad, so sad. If we miss the deadline. So
if you miss the deadline, we're not going to miss the deadline.
Yeah, I'm not going to miss the deadline.
So get your questions in as quickly as possible. And then I've got a kind of a note on the website of that we've got a slight delay might be possible with processing your orders. Our orders are still we're still trying to get everything out in 1 to 3 business days during the holidays, but especially during this next week, it might be a little bit delayed. So just kind of bear with us. We're a small team still, and we don't have really the ability to staff up a whole bunch for the holidays, and so our warehouse is 2 people strong currently.
But I mean, our warehouse team is working today. So if you place your orders before the UPS truck shows up today, which is usually anywhere from like noon to 3 o'clock, who knows what it'll be today, being day after Thanksgiving, there's a very good chance that your order is going to go out today. Yeah.
Possibly. Maybe.
There's a really good chance.
We already have a lot of orders in there.
So if you placed this morning before anybody woke up, there's a good chance your order is going out.
Yes. There you go.
And we are fulfilling orders in sort of the order they're received. So if you have a question, get it in. But if you sort of are just trying to order and stuff like that, go ahead and get your order in, and then we'll get it out even sooner.
Yep. Another note on that is if an item is out of stock or on back order, I should say, if it's fully out of stock and doesn't allow you to back order, then that's just is what it is. It's probably something that we've discontinued. But if it is on back order, this will likely happen like tomorrow. Tomorrow through Monday, we'll start running out of some stock of certain things. But if you go ahead and place that, order now, even if it's on back order, you still get the Black Friday prices, and we'll get it out as soon as possible. So usually within 2 weeks, we'll have the inventory back in stock. It always happens that we try our best to predict what's going to happen on Black Friday and what you guys are going to want to buy and everything. But it already happened this morning that something has gone out of stock that we have sold 3 of this entire year. And this morning,
we sold 3
of them. I was like, well, I ordered 2, so oops.
So, but usually anything that's totally out of stock we'll be getting back in stock within 2 weeks. So,
yeah, we'll be on top of things. Our inventory manager is going to be placing orders just as soon as things need to be ordered. So,
but if you see something that's out of stock and you want us to check on it and see how long it's going to be, or something looks weird or whatever, just hit us up, shop.explorist.life/support, and then fill out that little form, and we can look into that for you. Like I said, we're going to be working all weekend, and so we can get you those answers pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay.
All righty.
A couple people I've already seen sort of have put in their orders, so thanks for your orders. Dream Rider 2956, he said he got his solar panel order in this morning, and so we'll probably be getting that out very, very soon. I'm sure Julie and Pete there at the warehouse are already cranking away on that. So. All right, so first inquiry that came through from our get a quote system was from Scott Sage. Scott, if you're on the live, this one came in yesterday evening. So Scott, if you're tuning in the into the live stream, just give us a wave in the chat and just let us know you're here. But otherwise, everybody else is going to learn from this one, and then we'll get your quote off to you. So Scott Sage. All right, this is we're starting off with a tricky one right off the bat. Okay.
I can't see that. Does that cart say it's empty?
Yeah, that cart says empty.
Great.
Oh, you can't see that over there?
No.
We have our second monitor that we'll be screen sharing from on there. Okay, so let me give you the rundown of what we've got going on first,
Okay.
and then we'll build a cart for it.
Okay.
Okay, so Scott filled out his information. He's got a van.
Okay.
Okay. He needs to power a residential fridge, a coffee maker, a induction cooktop, an air conditioner, and a hot water heater. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Got
That's
it.
quite a bit. A residential fridge in a van? A residential fridge. Is that what you said?
That's what it says.
Okay.
So in our form, we have those posted out as AC loads. I'm going to guess he probably just wants a fridge in his
A
van,
fridge. Mm-hmm.
and he's probably going to have a 12-volt fridge, so we'll just ignore that one because
Yeah, Scott, if you're watching, I'm pretty sure you're not going to want a residential fridge in a van.
a big French door.
I could be wrong. You never know.
Yeah, little do you know he's actually like a chef.
Yeah, that would be cool. A mobile chef
Yeah.
van. Anyway.
Anyway. Okay. So all that stuff.
Okay.
He didn't give any information about his battery needs, inverter needs, and so he's going to just let us figure that out. So the big kicker is here. So two big kickers. He wants a pre-assembled system,
Okay.
so something that's already assembled that he doesn't have to crimp any wires or anything like that.
Can do.
He does have a budget of $3,000.
Ooh, tough. Okay,
So
that's going to be a real tough one.
what you got? Walk us through it.
Okay, so his loads that he needs are, or that he wants, I should say, are air conditioner. We're gonna assume 12-volt fridge, so I'm gonna leave that one off. Did you say water heater on that?
Electric water heater. Yes.
Electric water heater, induction cooktop, and then your typical, coffee maker, regular outlets, etc. That we're going to be looking at a minimum of a 3,000 watt system.
Yep.
3,000 watts, probably, I'd say at least 600 amp hours of batteries, so that he can run his air conditioner for
Yeah.
a decent amount of time. The problem with that though is that system is probably going to be $8,000 to $10,000. So that's well above his budget. So let's see. We have a spot on our get quote form to let us know, is your budget more important or are your needs more important? So what was his?
Let's see. Right in the middle. He prefers the best bang for his buck while near the budget. We can exceed the budget just a little bit if it makes sense. But
Okay.
I don't think doubling the budget.
Yeah, doubling or tripling the budget is really, that's not,
Appropriate.
that's not appropriate. Okay, so how I would respond to this one is I would actually build out two separate carts for Scott. And do you want me to go ahead and
Yeah, let's
just
go ahead
build
and
them
do
out?
it. So
Okay.
click the screen share there, and then you can.
Nate usually does the screen sharing on this, so this is the first time I've done that. Do I look over here or over there?
Which screen we have? We actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7.
6, kind of 7 screens. One
Mine
is
is right
yeah.
here. Yeah, 7 screens.
Okay, it's kind of silly in here. Anyway.
Okay. 8 if you count the TV.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Anyways, okay. So how I would approach this is I would start with what can we do? Let's see. How can we build the smallest system possible that will still power what he wants to power? So my first one is going to be way over his budget. I already know that going into this, but I want to give him options, and I want to give him the ability to analyze this critically. So I'm going to go to shop by application, camper van, and customizable. I'm going to go with the Explore kit. The Explore Lite would do everything except run the air conditioner. So if we want to run the air conditioner, I'm not even going to consider the Explore Lite. So at the bare minimum, we would need the Explore bundle. So we're going to go here. Scott wanted this pre-assembled, but I think instead of pre-assembled, I'm going to go with a pre-crimped kit so that all he has to do is just use basic hand tools, not crimping tools or anything like that. We'll crimp everything for him, but get everything as close to pre-assembled as possible. And caveat, or the reasoning there is that our pre-assembled kits are 12,000 plus
at that size.
At that size, so I wouldn't even. I think I'd be telling Scott, like, we need to kind of figure out our realistic expectations here and go from there. So, because we can use basic hand tools, which if you're building out your own van, I assume you can.
Because the enclosure itself on that particular thing is a little over $1,000, so that's going to eat up a lot of the budget real quick. So I think that's a good idea with the crimp. Go ahead and select that one.
Cool. And I just wanted to talk about this really quick for all of you on the live stream. This is a new service that we just implemented. Full system pre-crimp pro upgrade. So we have a few individual kits that we have already pre-crimped that you can select. You can make that selection, but we've been getting a lot of questions from people asking, can you crimp this other kit, or can you crimp everything in my kit for me? And so now we do have that option. So the option is full system pre-crimp pro upgrade, and it's $350. So less than what you would be spending on all of the tools to crimp your system for yourself. So $350. Now, I do want to explain something here. This is a flat fee that applies to your entire system when purchased in the same order. So everything in this order that can be pre-crimped, we're going to pre-crimp that. Now, if you order this and only order one battery bank wiring kit, but you need 6 battery bank wiring kits, and then next week or 2 weeks from now, you order the additional 5 battery bank wiring kits, we're not going to be able to pre-crimp them all together because your order probably has already gone out the door. So if you want everything pre-crimped, make sure that is in the same order. Let's see. Additionally, just kind of another holiday notice during the holiday season, just allow an additional 2 to 3 weeks for processing for pre-crimped systems. We are getting these out the door as quickly as possible, but as we said before, our team is still pretty small, so we're doing the best we can. Okay, so moving on back to Scott's kit, we're going to go to the next step, which is the base kit. And I'm basically going to just leave everything as is here. There's nothing on this one that I'm going to change per se. So we're just going to go straight to the monitoring. For monitoring, just to save a couple bucks, I'm going to take the Servo GX off of this kit and select the BMV 712. Now, Scott might want the touchscreen monitoring and everything like that. But again, we're trying to be sensitive to budget. So I'm going to switch this to the less expensive BMV selection. For batteries here, I'm pretty sure this Epoch 460 is indeed still the biggest bang for your buck. Mm-hmm. Yep. So we're going to leave that alone. For the roof solar array, this one could change depending on how much Scott wants to have on his roof, or if he has any availability. But I'm just going to pop that down to 2 250-watt solar panels, so 500 watts of solar charging. And then we're going to go to the ground solar array, and I'm going to change that to none. And we're going to add the alternator charging. And for this one, since we're only doing one solar array, I'm going to actually put that to the Orion XS. That's a little bit less expensive, since Scott might not need that additional solar charging from the BCDC, the Red Arc BCDC. Shore power accessories. I'm not going to change anything here because the shore power accessories are necessary. And for branch circuits, I'm also going to just leave these as defaults. These are, your USB outlets, your 12 volt puck light branch circuit outlets, and your 120 volt outlets. So you're going to need all of those in a self-built camper van. So we're going to leave that as is. And then the enclosure, I'm actually going to change this to no enclosure. Again, this is just to try to get this down to a more reasonable budget. Okay. And that total is $7,142.56. So we are well above Scott's budget.
Well over budget. Now this is a great system in terms of it's going to power everything he needs. And so, if you want a Victron system that powers everything that we talked about earlier, air conditioner, what was it? The
hot water heater.
It was the electric hot water heater, and then induction cooktop. This is going to meet all those needs. This is going to do all of that. It's going to give you all the branch circuits to all your outlets, all that kind of stuff. And it's coming out to just a shade over $7,000, and that is a pre-crimped version. So we will be sending pre-crimped wires, and that would be the first cart.
Yep.
Can you go ahead and add that to the cart so I can send the cart to Scott sort of in real time?
Yes.
And then we can we'll make a second cart that's a non-Victron system. That's a little less expensive.
I don't know how to send this to you.
So just pull up the cart and do the share cart thing.
Or I know. I just don't.
I
don't have an email here.
That's okay. And then what are the numbers on the
121048.
048. Perfect. Okay. Now clear that cart and let's cruise along.
Cool. Okay, so that was the first. That was the first cart that we built for Scott. Again, over twice what his stated budget was. So we want to give Scott some options on one that is going to get him everything that he needs to be able to power everything that he wants to power. That's over his budget. And then the other one that is maybe closer to his budget, but isn't going to power everything that he needs.
Yep.
Okay. So for the budget was $3,000. I think for $3,000, I think we could be, and he wanted as close as possible. I think this could go two ways.
Yeah, what's your thought process here?
I think I would either go with I would maybe see what an Explore Lite kit, what I could get that down to. I feel like $3,500 to $4,000 is about as low as I could get that one.
I don't think that's going to run as air conditioner, though.
It's not going to run as air conditioner, no.
I think we ought to do an EcoFlow system for this.
Yeah, I think that would be my second. The EcoFlow also isn't going to run the air conditioner for any amount of time.
Yep. So let's shift gears and do an EcoFlow system. See what that would cost.
All right, let's go back to our homepage, and for EcoFlow, we're going to go to Components and Portable Power Systems. And here are all of the EcoFlow components. So I would go with this EcoFlow Delta Pro 3 for $2,100. Let's see. His budget was $3,000. Is that correct?
3,
I know I've asked you that like 6 times.
3,000, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this one's a little tough because for a little over $3,000, you could add this extra battery.
But then you don't have solar.
You don't have solar. So I think what I would do is take this portable power station, the Delta Pro 3, and then I would also add this 800-watt alternator charger.
Mm-hmm.
And I would to run that, you need this smart generator adapter. So add that to the cart.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would also add this portable 110 watt portable solar panel. So now we've got a cart that is, I can't see that number, $2,600.
$2,600, yeah.
$2,600, and that has the portable power station in it, the alternator charger, and has solar charging. So
Yeah.
definitely a lot less alternator charging and solar input than the system that we built just a second ago. Also doesn't have quite as large of a inverting capacity. So again, not going to run the air conditioner. Might be able to run the hot water heater.
Mm-hmm.
We'll definitely run the induction cooktop and coffee maker and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think what we would be discussing with Scott at this point is, what is more important for you? Is budget the absolute most important thing here? And if so, let's go with this EcoFlow system that can get you, most of what you need, but it's not going to run your air conditioner. Or if air conditioning is absolutely the most important thing, then let's go with the Explore bundle. That's $7,000,
Yeah.
over twice your budget. Something else to consider there is, I know I'm spending a lot of time on this one.
We'll have to shorten them up going forward.
Yeah, we'll shorten them up going forward. But another thing to consider there is that, is Scott didn't let us know if he was going to be at like campgrounds more often,
True.
or if he was going to be boondocking more often. Because the other consideration is if we went kind of in the middle, if he was going to be at campgrounds with some power more often than not, then we could use the Explore Lite and use the MultiPlus Power Assist function to get that air conditioner running.
That's true. Yep. Yeah. So if you're only doing air conditioning while at campgrounds, that Explore Lite might work. But realistically, that's going to be about $4,500. So we're still over. So I guess it just depends on if you want, built-in system, pre-assembled kind of, just chuck it in the van and plug your stuff into it and you're good to go, or you want something a little more permanent. Well, let me send this off to him.
Cool. While you do that, I will address some of the questions in the chat. So
Perfect.
I'm just going to scroll up here. There was one that I saw a second ago. Okay. Bob asked, I have a cart built. How do I get the Black Friday discounts? Bob, those should be auto applied in your cart. So when you view your cart, you'll see, you have to go actually into your cart, and then you'll see the prices crossed out and the discounted price applied. So you should be able to see that. If you are not seeing that, shoot us a message at shop.explorist.life/support. And we'll figure out what's going on. Let's see. Next question. Seems like the only thing that has a discount is wiring kits. Our wiring kits are on sale, but we've got a bunch of other items on sale. Batteries have sales. I didn't mention on our initial walkthrough was Battleborn also has discounts going on. So Battleborn batteries are on sale. Epoch batteries are on sale. EcoFlow is on sale. Rich Solar, everything Rich Solar is on sale. Both batteries, solar panels, inverters, all of that. What else?
Well, I think what he was getting at there was Victron is 15% off. Let's go back to that.
MAP pricing.
Yeah, he's trying to call us out a little bit on that. So Victron is indeed 15% off, and yes, it is always 15% off. So we're just highlighting all of the sales that we have in our store this weekend, which includes Victron. Like I said, it's always 15% off. We can't go lower than 15%. We're in risk of losing our dealer status if we break that threshold. And if we break that threshold, we lose our dealer status, then we can no longer sell Victron components. We can't service warranties, anything like that. And then it kind of puts all of our customers in a bind. So we can't go lower than that. But we're not trying to be misleading necessarily. It's just, we're just highlighting all of the different sales that we have like going on at any point in time. So currently, if you do go to the homepage there, and yes, Victron is 15% off MSRP. It's always that low. It'll be this price after Black Friday sale is off. But where you really can sort of maximize your savings is when you buy your Victron Energy components here, and then you buy your wiring kit here. This is the one that goes away on Monday. So if you buy the component, you buy the wiring kit, you get 25% off. So that's sort of the value proposition of this particular sale.
Yeah. And that goes for any dealer selling Victron Energy. That's not just us. Additionally, any dealer selling any of these components, we are matching all of the dealer pricing. So, or the direct sales that are happening on Epoch is selling batteries at 15% off. And we're selling their batteries at 15% off. So that's how MAP pricing works. It stands for minimum advertised price. So that's the minimum price that any dealer can actually sell it for. If you're seeing it below that price, that's probably not a legitimate dealer.
Or counterfeit materials.
Or
a bit of both.
Cool. Yeah. So Scott's Unique Restorations asked, when are Lynx distributors back in stock? Lynx distributors are in stock, the M10 version. The M8 will not be back in stock. That is discontinued by Victron. There are no more left in the United States unless a dealer already has them. We've already sold through all of our stock of M8 Lynx distributors. So the M10 Lynx distributors are in stock. We have plenty of those. But the M10s won't be back in stock. Let's see.
Do you want to find the next inquiry and then let me do the next one? I'm just looking through these, or is there some in the chat?
Let's see. I don't see any in the chat. Chat, if you guys have one that you want to send over to us, let us know. If not, I have one. Let me grab my laptop.
grab one of the screens.
Grab a screen. Oop. Excuse me. Oh, and it signed me out, so 1 second. I'm signed in on my desktop and my laptop, so probably why.
And so, like I said earlier, for anybody who's tuning in a little bit later, so if anybody wants a quote for a full system or anything like that, well, buddy, I'm just going to get to your question right here since you think we're sort of disconnected from the live viewers, so I'll just go ahead and handle this. So can you talk through how to size fuses on the Lynx distributor? Exactly. Let's see. That was your main question. Yes. So I absolutely can. So sizing fuses on the Lynx distributor. Now it's important to know that we've covered all this in videos on how to actually size fuses, but for the sake of this video today, we're going to simplify it greatly. So go to shop.explorist.life, and then you are going, if you're building through one of these systems like we talked about earlier, you're doing your application here. Depending on what you're kind of building there, let's say it's a tow behind camper. You've got your Explore camper right here, 30 amp tow behind camper wiring kit. So as you go through these, you've got your inverter charger, and then you've got your inverter charger wiring kit. The inverter charger wiring kit includes the proper fuse size and the proper wire size for the inverter charger. The battery bank wiring kit includes the proper wire size for the rest of the system. As you keep scrolling down, All the wires and fuses are sized appropriately. Chassis ground doesn't have wiring, so that doesn't really matter. As you go to, let's see here. Where's solar? I'm just totally missing it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, step 5.
So as you go to solar, let's say you wanted 1,000 watts of solar. That's going to mean you need the MPPT 15070 and the wiring kit. And the wiring kit includes the wiring and the fuse. So you don't really need to find out the fuse size or do any of the math behind it. We've already got it figured out for you if you just utilize our wiring kits here in our store. So shop.explorist.life, and then you can go through any of these kit builders and do this. Alternatively, you can go to shop and then individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, and then you can choose any of the component wiring kits here. Now, keep in mind that these are on sale, but only if you buy the component to match. So if you get the Orion XS 121250, then you can get the wiring kit on sale with it. So just kind of a heads up on how that sale works. So that's realistically how you figure out the fuse sizes for it. You just buy the wiring kit and the fuse set, and the fuse comes with it. And then you're all good to go. Okay. Did you have a...
I do. Okay, so this is from Gordon. And Gordon, if you are in the chat, just give us a wave and let us know that you're here. Okay, so this is going to be a travel trailer. Let's see, travel trailer, 50 amp, shore power. No selection on versus DIY. But the power audit, air conditioner, coffee maker, and Instant Pot. 1 second.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Excuse me. Okay. Battery storage. Gordon wants more than 800 amp hours. Inverter size, not sure. Needs recommendations. Let's see. Panel, not sure. Needs recommendation. System voltage preference, 12 volts. System voltage importance, voltage is not negotiable. And desired charging sources, solar, alternator, and shore. And he wants to build it himself. And the budget is $8,000, prefers the best bang for his buck while staying near the budget.
Cool.
So,
all right, this is pretty straightforward. So he's got a tow behind vehicle or a tow behind camper. So I went up here to, shop, and then shop by application, and then tow behind camper, customizable electrical system. And then he wanted a 12 volt system. He had 50 amp shore power. Boom. Explorer 50 amp. Okay. So this one's going to accommodate 50 amp shore power. And then so we're just going to cruise through these. Did he mention anything about crimped versus uncrimped? I don't think we have that in our survey.
we don't have that, but he did want to build it himself. So
Okay.
I'd do the DIY.
Let's just leave it uncrimped. All right, base kit. So we have the proper inverter here, full system remote programming. That means that we'll send you the system, and then we'll program all of your Victron components ahead of, or once you get your system installed, and we'll do all that remotely, so you don't have to mess with any of it. And that's all the Victron components, not just the inverter. That's charge controllers, DC to DC chargers, shunts, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so we got the inverter, we got the inverter charger wiring kit, we got the battery bank wiring kit. I'm going to go ahead and bump this up to quantity 1 because we're going to do 2 batteries in this since he wants 800 plus amp hours of battery bank capacity. We got our single links distributor. That's going to be fine for this. We don't have an OEM RV battery bank relocation kit. We're going to leave that out because our converter is going to do that job. 50 amp, let's see, inverter charger splice kit wiring, splice box wiring kit. So if you're building one of these systems out yourself, this is sort of one you should measure yourself, because ultimately, the price for a 40 foot run of wire is going to be about twice as much as a 20 foot run of wire. But I'm going to go ahead and put 40 feet in here because whenever we're doing these quotes, I just like to go ahead and give the proper or the longest wire length that we sort of have. And then, if somebody's like, oh, hey, it's only like 5 feet away. It's like, okay, well, let's go. We can change that back. That's not a big deal.
That's
But
an easy change.
I would rather y'all have and not come up short, because that's a pain whenever you're halfway through a project and you come up short on wire. Okay, chassis ground wiring kit. We need that, the diagram, all that stuff. Good to go. Okay, monitoring. So since we've chose the full system remote programming, we do need a Serbo GX or eChrono GX. We're going to go ahead and do the Serbo GX in this particular one. So Serbo touchscreen with a touch 70, smart shunt. It's going to monitor the batteries. Okay, alternate links distributor wiring kit, and then all the data cables. So we got inverter charger to Serbo, we got the shunt to Serbo, we've got the primary solar charge controller to Serbo, and then the DC to DC charger to Serbo, and then that's good to go. Okay. Add batteries. So he said he wanted 800 amp hours of battery bank capacity. So we're going to cruise in here. We're going to do the Epoch Essentials. It's a little less than the Epoch Elite, but since we're doing 2 of them, we can do that just fine. So this particular battery, it's kind of a weird gotcha. The BMS of this is a little less powerful than the Epoch Elite. And so if you're doing this particular battery, it's a little less expensive than the Epoch Elite, but you have to have 2 batteries. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's a bad battery or anything like that. The BMS is just a little less powerful. And so you have to stack 2 batteries together to get the appropriate output for the 3,000 watt inverter charger. So we got 2 of those. Add a roof solar array. I'm going to do the 1,000 watt solar charging wiring kit on here. Just sort of as he didn't say anything about solar, did he? He just wanted solar charging.
Correct.
Okay. So we're just going to go with this. This is a good baseline. This is actually like the biggest bang for your buck in terms of this. And it's really easy to wire, everything like that. So all that's going to be fine. 30 feet should be fine. 4 solar panels, 4 sets of mounting brackets. We'll not do ground deploy on this particular one. Because with the 50 amp travel trailer, I assume he's got all kinds of room on the roof.
Yep. Add
alternator charging. Let's see where we're at on price. Do we want to try to keep this, the Red Arc BCDC in here? Or do we want to switch to Orions?
I would potentially leave the BCDC, because more than likely that travel trailer has some OEM solar panels on it, and that's going to make it easy to wire those OEM solar panels to this BCDC instead of buying a whole other charge controller.
Okay, I like it. And I'm going to bump this up to 50 feet, because 25 feet is really only good for like vans. 50 feet is going to be more appropriate for something that is a truck that's towing a towable camper. Okay, that's saying those are on back order. We'll check into that.
I know the BCDCs are on back order, but they should actually be here like Monday, I think.
Okay. Oh, sorry. No, the Anderson connectors.
Gotcha.
Okay. So this total came out to 10,000. Is this the?
That's not the discounted price. So if you add it to your cart.
Perfect.
I think I made that mistake on the last one too.
Okay.
I was wondering why that was more expensive than I thought it was. And then go to view cart, and you'll be able to actually see all of your discounts.
Okay, so we're checking to make sure that these are discounted. So we've got our inverter charger and then the wiring kit. This strikeout means that it's discounted. So it's like, what, $50 discounted on a $200 kit? That's what 25% means.
Well, so we just looked at it, and it was a little over 10,000, and now your total is 9,580.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, so about $500 off. So, yep, that makes sense.
It's a pretty good deal.
So yeah, definitely saving some money if you take advantage of this sale, and also like smartly take advantage of it. You know, make sure you're kind of going through these kit builders, and then you're getting the component and then the wiring kit, the component and then the wiring kit, because these deals stack if you have multiple components and then the wiring kits.
Yeah.
So that is where we are. What was his requested budget on this?
8,000. 8,000 wants biggest bang for his buck, while staying close to the budget. So I'd say, yeah, I mean, 9,500 isn't, it's $1,500 over the budget, but for everything that he wanted with 800, I mean, that's actually 920 amp hours of battery bank capacity. So we went a little bit over that.
And 100 amps of DC to DC charging.
Yep.
With,
So I think there's some play there with
Yeah.
the DC to DC charging and the solar array. So personally, I would send this over to Gordon with the caveats that we just talked about. And yeah, that's give Gordon the opportunity to decide what's more important there. I think that's always the best option. Let's give the biggest bang for your buck, close-ish to the budget.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Getting rid of the Red Arc BCDC it's an awesome device, and it's got like backward charging capabilities. You know, you can sort of kind of jumpstart your starting battery from your house battery, or charge your starting battery while you're just sitting there from solar. And so it's a great device, but it is kind of expensive. And it's less expensive if you do like 2 50 amp Orion DC to DC chargers. And it's way less expensive if you just do one. But it's just one of those things where we could dial it back a little bit as needed. So let's see. Do you have the link for this particular cart sort of ready to go, or do you just want me to like message it to you so you can send it over to Gordon?
I actually stole this from your inquiries, so yeah, just give me the cart number.
It is last four is 1058.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
1058.
Thank you.
Nice. Perfect. So that's sort of how this live stream is going to go. We're just going to be building out carts for anybody who wants quotes, systems design, any of that kind of stuff. And the way that you can get a quote, let me clear out this cart real quick, and then I'll show you. And it's get a quote with hyphens in between. So if you head to EXPLORIST.life, we got our pop-up. Good job, Grace. So if you head over to shop.explorers.life and hit this get a quote button right here on the right hand side, it's going to ask you a bunch of questions. It doesn't start with your budget. This is because I've been messing with this. So it's going to fire off a couple questions, and it's going to give you a survey. It should take you no longer than 5 minutes, and just fill out that survey, and then it's going to pop it into our customer support inbox. And then Steph and I are just sort of like, sort of handpicking some of the systems that we think are sort of popular, and it's going to spur some good conversation and stuff like that. And that's how you do that. So that's shop.explorers.life, and then up in the menu bar, get a quote, or shop.explorers.life/get-a-quote. Enter.
Yes.
So while you're checking on the next one, are you picking out the next one? I guess you're going to build a cart for the next one. We'll just go back and forth. How about that?
That sounds good. Yeah, let's answer a couple questions though. I think we can do a few questions in the meantime.
I like that.
I did notice one. If you'll scroll up, it was keep going. Oh, did it go away? Scroll back down. Keep going.
This one?
Oh, okay. No, you can do that one. But Dr. Angela said that they never received the instructions for the wiring of puck lights. So if you didn't receive that, that would have been a downloadable document. So it's not a physical product. It's downloadable. And when you checked out, there should have been a link displayed as soon as you checked out. If you exited out of that page, then you can see it in your account under downloads. And if you checked out as a guest, then shoot us a message at shop.explorers.life/support, and we'll get you that download.
Yeah, and shop.explorers.life/support or shop.explorers.life, and then go up here to contact and then support, and then hit us up through this link, or not this link, this form right here. So it's just going to ask you, if you're missing something, just do other general inquiry, put in your message, and it'll ask for your email address, and then just send it on over. Or you can utilize the little chat button down the bottom right hand corner. I just reinstalled this after a couple weeks. We're having issues with our chat function on the site, but should be good to go. Also, if you haven't been on our store in a while, go check out how fast it is. We've been doing some work in the background, and we switched to a new server host, and we had all kinds of problems a couple weeks ago. Let us know in the chat if you were a victim of of our slow website, because that was a well, I know Grace is in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a victim.
yeah, Grace is gonna be raising her hand. Anna, she's gonna be raising her hand. The whole team here, we kind of have PTSD from how slow our site was there a couple weeks ago and how much it was going down. But we poured some money into it, and we switched to a different server and all kinds of stuff. So ultimately, the site should be way faster than it was 3 weeks ago or so. So let me hit up some of the questions that were in the chat. Are you going to find the next system while I do this?
Sure, I can.
And then hand it off to me? That works.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. All right. So just a couple rapid fire questions here. Bob said, do you recommend wires from the chassis system to the DC to DC 50 amp DC to DC charger to be of equal length as with the links distributor to the batteries? And Bob, that really doesn't matter that much. That's not critical. Like, I mean, by just the nature of sort of how that run is going to work, as long as it's, close enough, then it's fine. That's not something to really stress about necessarily. It's funny always reading screen names because I always feel like I'm going to break the words up wrong. So B. Wilkfors, let's see, maybe it's Brian Wilkfors. Maybe that's his full name. Probably not, but okay.
Brian, did you just make up Brian?
Yeah. I did. That's okay. That's just how my brain works. Okay, so for wiring an Orion XS 1400 from a 2025 F250 to a travel trailer, can the negative from the battery be a good chassis ground instead of the battery? This would obviously be much less wire. So no, I wouldn't do that. I mean, ultimately, like if you're already running your positive wire, like just run a negative wire. It's going to be much more consistent. You're not relying on, that undersized 10 gauge wire, because that's probably what would happen. You'd melt your 7-pin connector. That wouldn't be awesome. So just buy our wiring kit, and then, as you're installing your positive wire, just install your negative wire right there alongside of it. Around EXPLORIST.life, we're of the viewpoint of, if something's worth doing, do it right the first time, so you don't have to do it twice. It's one of those things. You're already doing the job. Don't half-ass it. Just go ahead and run that negative wire. Then you're not going to have to chase electrical gremlins whenever you've got a poor chassis ground connection, or whenever the chassis ground connection from your trailer to your truck isn't as good as it should be. We're providing, an Anderson connector for the positive and the negative. And so ultimately, like it works great. So if you're having a hard time finding our wiring kit for that, I'm going to find that. So if you go to shop.explorist.life and you go to shop, and then you go to individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, filter by alternator charging right here. And then if you go to, let's see, I always had to filter by high to low because it filters out our retrofits. Here, this one. Can I send this in our chat? That we have here. I don't know if that's an option or not. So this is the wiring kit that you need. So it's got your positive and your negative wires, and then you can add a Anderson connector right here. But I'm going to try to drop this in the chat. Let's see.
It should work.
Yeah, let's try it and see. Oh, I think that worked. Let me know in the chat if that came through. I think it did. Oh, it kicked it to Facebook too. Oh, we're on Facebook too. I forgot. Everybody in the chat's on YouTube. Our YouTube fam is way more active.
Yeah. That makes sense. We haven't been on Facebook.
Yeah.
In the last few live streams.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, that's the wiring kit you need, and that's how to find it, and that's how to find all the wiring kits. So what else do we got? Oh, it was Bryce. Not Brian. Why did I make up Brian?
I don't know. You're weird.
I could have been weirder. Like, Brian's not that weird. I could like.
I mean, making up names for people in general is, I don't know.
At least my brain didn't go to like Bartholomew or something like that. Like, Just calling people
Yeah,
Bartholomew.
let's just move on.
Okay, here we go. All right. So Anna from the CST team, she is asking us to talk about addressing the folks reaching out to cancel a previous order to try to take advantage of a Black Friday sale.
Ooh, I mean, not really.
I guess that's happening.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have already ordered pre-Black Friday sales and you want to cancel your order, I mean, I guess we can do that. However, we do have a 4% cancellation fee because when you cancel your order, we still have to pay the merchant processing fees for that. We don't get refunded on that. So that is in our policies, and we will charge that back to you.
Yeah. Normally we waive that in good faith, but if you're sort of trying to take advantage of the system a little bit, then we don't.
Yeah. And I mean, the reasoning, like one major reasoning for that is if you order something from any e-commerce business the week of Black Friday, before their Black Friday sales go live, you should know that more than likely there is going to be a Black Friday sale. I am very sorry that a lot of major corporations have changed Black Friday from Black Friday to all of November. But we as a small business can't do that. We can't have our products on sale for an entire month like Walmart can or Amazon can or something like that. So it's kind of unfair to us that customers want to buy something on Monday and then complain about it on Friday when it goes on sale when it is Black Friday.
Yep. And some additional context there is, if somebody places a $10,000 order, placed it last week or whatever the case is, we have to pay about $400 to process that fee.
Yep.
in credit card fees.
Yep.
And
we do not get that back.
Yeah, we don't get that back.
And then we have to pay it again if you cancel that order and replace the order, we have to pay it again.
Yeah. So, I mean, we could probably do stuff like that, but we would have to raise our prices year round to do that. And I don't know, let me know in the chat. Would you rather us just have like higher prices year round, or would you rather us have a little bit of a, I don't know, have to be, sort of mean when it comes to credit card processing fees and not being able to fully return that kind of stuff like that, the stuff that we're talking about. So,
yeah. Also, if your order has already gone out the door, nope, we cannot cancel that. And if it's already been packed up and shipped out, then nope, sorry, Charlie. Here you're going to have to pay restocking fees, reshipping fees, all of that.
Yeah.
So which would be more expensive than
be way
just
more.
not.
But the good thing about
advantage of the sale.
Yeah, the good thing about that is then you've already got your system.
Yeah, of course.
And you don't have to wait for the sale.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be backlogged a little bit. So not much, but.
So if you are emailing in asking our CSTs to cancel your order so that you can reorder on Black Friday, they can indeed do that, but they will be charging you the 4% cancellation fee.
Cool. Little Van on the Prairie said, I think your approach is fair. Thanks. Thank you for that. So
appreciate that. I don't want to have to raise prices.
and all this is spurred out of like previous experiences and stuff like that, because we had, every policy that we have through EXPLORIST.life, like at the start of starting EXPLORIST.life, I was like, we don't need policies, like that's silly. And then all of a sudden you have somebody take advantage of stuff and it's like, dadgummit, we're going to need to have some policies. Otherwise we're just going to go out of business. And then we're not going to be able to have sales. So if we go out of business, then, can't have sales.
Yep.
Can't process your tech support and warranty claims and all that kind of stuff. So it's important to us to stay in business. And I think it's important for y'all that we stay in business if you've ever purchased from us. So... Okay, couple other...
there was a question about the NG batteries.
Sprinter Self-Build asked a question. I see that the NG batteries can only be used with an NG BMS. Are the non-NG batteries going end of sale? You don't have them on your website. And that's true. We didn't I don't recall what the specific reason was about the previous version of non-NG batteries, but there was something about them that I didn't feel like I wanted to handle the tech support of those previous generation of batteries. And so we didn't add we didn't add Victron batteries to the store until the NG version of that came out. That was over a year ago, so apologies if I don't remember the specifics. But I don't know if the older non-NG batteries, if they're going to stop selling them. I imagine they will, just because, as technology advances and stuff like that, they're not going to just keep making the old stuff, forever. So I would imagine that they're probably going to stop selling non-NG BMSs and non-NG batteries and stuff like that. We have the NG version of the BMS and the batteries in our store, though. So that's sort of direction there. But I also think part of that coincided with whenever we had an exclusivity contract with Battleborn. And we couldn't make tutorials about Victron batteries at that point in time. And so I didn't want to put out, maybe that's what it was. I didn't want to sell the batteries when we couldn't put out tutorials about it.
Absolutely, yeah. Those are more complicated than just dropping them in.
Yeah. So, okay.
Cool.
Let's see here. Oh, overwhelming. Thinking that our approach is those merchant fees get pretty expensive real quick. Yeah, Buddy Chamberlain said that, and they do.
Yeah, they do.
And
they really do.
Yeah, it definitely eats into what we do. But ultimately, like we try to stay competitive pricing with Amazon. We're a small business trying to take on a multi-trillion-dollar business. So I don't know if that's. You seen that there's a reel going around recently where it's like this honey badger that's attacking an elephant.
Oh yes, I have seen that.
Sometimes I feel like the honey badger, and the elephant's just like kicking the honey badger away, and the honey badger just keeps going back after.
Yeah.
That's sometimes how I feel.
Yeah, but hey, we keep getting back up.
Yeah. Okay, let's cruise on to the next one. So we're going to do another another cart build, system build. If you want your own cart build, you want your own system quote, head over to shop.explorist.life and head up here to the Get a Quote section right up here. It's going to ask you a couple questions, and then Steph and I are just sort of cherry picking some of the quotes out of our support inbox. If we don't get around to your quote here on the live stream, this is going to live in our tech support or our customer support inbox, and Anna or CJ or myself or Steph will get to it after the live stream. Okay. Next cart build. Am I building it, or you're building it?
Yeah, I can build it. I think I would like to take a quick break, though.
Oh, quick break. We drink too much coffee?
Yes, indeed.
All right, we'll be back. Give us 5. Give us 5. Give us 5. Let's see, what button do I click over here? Let's click this one. With our 25% off wiring kit sale going on now, get the most bang for your buck by bundling multiple wiring kits together into a full system package. Choose your installation type, your size of system, base kit options, your monitoring type, battery bank sizes, solar charging options, alternator charging options, add your shore power accessories, branch circuits, enclosures, or even installation services, add it to your cart, check out, and we'll get it on the way. Buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. There's no limit to how many you can buy, save on them all. This weekend only at shop.explorist.life.
your RV or van's electrical system, EXPLORIST.life is now offering in-house custom installations in Redmond, Oregon. Whether you're improving your current setup or starting from scratch, our team builds safe, reliable, high-quality systems designed specifically for your rig. Built by pros who live and breathe off-grid power. Book your install today at shop.explorist.life/installations and get the power to explore.
And we're back. We got a fresh cup of coffee. I don't think Steph wanted any more coffee.
I wanted more coffee. I don't know that I need more coffee, though. I'm already a little shaky.
Start being all jittery and stuff like that.
I've got a Celsius in the cooler next to me, too.
We're in it for the long haul today.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
do you have a cart picked out for us?
I do.
Do you want me to read it to you? Or how can I assist in this process?
I think I'd rather you build it.
Or you just want me to sit here and look pretty?
Yeah, you sit here and look pretty and build carts, and I'll read them to you. I like it that way.
Okay, that works for me then.
I'll put in my input when I decide to, but I also can barely see that screen. Apparently, my LASIK from 15 years ago, 20 years ago. How old am I? I don't know. 15 years ago.
Oh my gosh, LASIK was 15 years ago?
It was 15 years ago. Oh my
good
goodness. Anyway, my LASIK from 15 years ago apparently needs a little re-upping, but I can barely see that screen.
A refreshing? Can you refresh your LASIK?
I think so. I mean, you just get it done again.
It's just like
basically.
a subscription. You just have
It's not a subscription.
You just pay again, and then
50,
they make it
15
better.
years subscription.
What if that's how
that would be a terrible deal.
What if that's how that worked? And you just had to pay again. That's like some Cyberpunk 2077
No,
stuff.
you do have to pay. Oh, I see what you.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
Where
they just reinstall the software.
Where you just get a firmware update and then it lets you see better. Okay.
No, but you can have LASIK done again. Anyway.
Seems inefficient.
They did tell me that at about 40 years old was when it would start going. It's I'm not quite 40 yet, but I'm getting there. Anyway, all that to say, I would like for you to do this because I can't see the screen.
I can see these just fine. And I'm older than you.
You're also closer than me.
Also got better eyesight. Eagle eye over here. What you got?
Rude. Anyway, who is this? Adam. Adam would like a van, not installing air conditioning.
No air conditioning.
No air conditioning.
It's a van?
Van.
Okay.
Power audit, has residential fridge. I think we need to add.
That's okay. We can just ignore those when
Yeah.
they come through. Ultimately, it's a 12-volt fridge.
It's a fridge.
Yeah, we know that.
You want a 12-volt fridge.
Yeah.
Induction cooktop, and that's all. I have specific technical needs. Battery bank storage, less than 400. Ooh, okay. Battery.
Oh, I saw this one.
Battery storage, less than 400 amp hours. Inverter size, 3 kVA. Okay. Solar panels, not sure. Voltage is 12 volt. Charging sources, alternator and shore. So interesting. No solar power. Budget limit $3,500. Budget important. Prefer best bang for my buck while near my budget.
So I think what we do here, let's just go ahead and get to the page we need to be on. So
That sounds great.
Sorry, there was something on the.
Oh, I was like, that was such a random.
No, I just ran over a crumb with my mouse here. So okay, it's probably my waffle from earlier.
Waffles were good.
All right. So we're going to cruise over to shop.explorers.life and then down to shop by application. This is a van. We're going to customizable electrical system right here. And what I'm hearing here is his main power demand is an induction cooktop. He doesn't have an air conditioner. He put in a refrigerator, but ultimately we know that's a 12-volt refrigerator.
Yeah.
And that was his biggest 120-volt AC load, right?
Induction cooktop, yes.
Yeah. And then he said in his, I have specific technical needs.
I think that's the kicker, was less than 400 amp hours of battery bank, but wants 3 kVA. Those things don't
Yeah.
match together.
In
you
order-
need at least 400.
Yeah. In order to have a 3 kVA inverter, you need 400 amp hours or more of battery bank capacity. But, whenever we sort of have those conflicts within the survey right there, I think we're going to use our best judgment there. Because we're kind of professionals at this. This is what we do day in and day out. I think that for his electrical needs, plus his budget, consider his budget is $3,500. And so we need to sort of be, trimming some of the fat on this order. Going by his power audit, I don't think he needs a 3,000 watt inverter. A induction cooktop, like that's not going to pull anywhere near that. And so I think that we just go with a 2 kVA inverter charger instead. That way we can lower that battery bank capacity, which is going to decrease the cost of the system overall. 2 kVA inverters a little less expensive. All the wiring to run a 2 kVA inverter is a little less expensive. So let's go with that. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay, so back to our shop.explorist.life shop application, camper van, customizable electrical systems. Our Explore Lite van wiring kit revolves around a multi-plus 2 kVA inverter charger. So click on that, and then we're going to cruise down. We're trying to save some funding here and get under. Did he say he wanted to do it himself or wanted things sort of pre-installed?
Do it himself.
Okay, so we're not going to select the pre-crimped wires here. Leave that unchecked. Cruise over to the base kit. Let's see. Can we do a servo? We probably can't do a servo system for under $3,500.
I would say probably not. That's gonna be tough.
Okay, so we're gonna do a pre-programmed system. We're gonna do SOK batteries, and no, we don't have SOK batteries on here. I'm going to let y'all in on something. Aside from the Victron NG Smart, it doesn't matter which one you choose. It's all the same programming. I just wanted y'all to feel like y'all had options, but realistically, it's all the same. So we can select Universal here. That's going to be fine for the SOK batteries that we're going to put into this system. SOK batteries here. So we got the inverter charger wiring kit. So we're going to get that 25% off of this wiring kit. That sweet 25% off. Battery bank wiring kit. We are going to not do a battery bank wiring kit because we're only going to be doing one battery. We'll show that in a second. Chassis ground, links distributor, AC distribution panel, AC distribution panel wiring kit. Got the component, got the wiring kit, 25% off. Getting some discounts there. Fuse panel wiring kit, shore power wiring kit. Okay, monitoring. With a budget constraint of $3,500, we are not going to do a advanced monitoring section. So we're going to do the BMV 712 monitoring bundle right here. So we got the BMV 712 battery monitor. This is going to have all of the wiring kit, links distributor wiring kit. So we got the links distributor in the previous one, links distributor wiring kit. This is going to be 25% off since we're doing the component and the wiring kit. Adding the batteries. I thought you were stealing my coffee.
No, I'm stealing your phone.
Where is my coffee? Why did my coffee go over here? Why'd you move my coffee?
Why are you blaming me?
Okay.
Just trying to log into YouTube because I just posted something and realized that I'm on just my personal account.
Nope.
My bad.
That's fine. Okay, so for the battery, I think this is where we're really going to, sort of save some funds here because we're currently, it doesn't total it up as you go. That's fine. So realistically, I think let's try to do the SOK. Oh, that's not on here. See, this is how we find out.
Ooh, it's not on there.
It's not.
I can fix that real quick.
You can fix it real quick?
I can fix it pretty darn quick, yeah.
Will it update in real time?
You'll have to refresh the page, but...
No, that's fine. You guys fine with that in the chat? You okay if I because it's going to make a better system. So let's
Yeah.
just do that.
Which battery are you trying to get, though?
I'm trying to do the SOK.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'm gonna, if you'll do the SOK, the 3, whatever that is, like 314 amp hour.
314, yeah. This guy?
Yes, yeah, the one there in the back. I'm actually just going to temporarily put the 200 amp hour rich solar one in here, because that would be sort of the absolute least you could do. Roof solar array, we're going to keep it inexpensive here with 250 watt solar panels. Let's see how we go. Cutting costs here, trying to respect the $3,500 budget. Alternator charging, we're just going to do single Orion XS 1250 DC to DC charger. And then, yep, you do need that for shore power charging. Then branch circuits, we're just going to leave all these at default. And you know what these are is when you're building a permanently installed electrical system, you know, you're sort of not just plugging into a power unit or something like that. And so, you know, you're hardwiring in all of your 12 volt USB branch circuit outlets, all of your puck lights, you know, your switches, all that kind of stuff. You know, you probably want outlets all around the van, and that's what all this is. Now, I will say that this can sort of inflate the price a little bit because all these are like $500. But I do think that this is the stuff that people overlook when they're pricing out a system right off the bat. They just forget, they just don't do all this stuff, and then they get this cool electrical system, and then they don't have anywhere to plug anything into, and it's because they've sort of skipped these parts. So we include this in here. Yes, it makes the kit a little bit more expensive, but yes, it's what you need. It's sort of like buying a new truck with an empty fuel tank. You know, you still got to put the gas in it to get it down the road, drive it away from the dealership. Okay, electrical enclosure. We're going to skip out of this one because it's nearly $1,000. It is a very nice enclosure, but it is expensive. So you will need to budget in whatever you're going to do for your enclosure. You can, you know, build a DIY enclosure for a lot less expensive if it doesn't have quite as much hardware as the one that we supply is. But realistically, we're going to drop that off. But be sure to budget that into your needs. So where are we at? So we are at $5,000 before any kind of discounts. Let's see where we can sort of end up after discounts are applied. So this number right here is no discounts, and then the discounts don't come into effect until you actually add it to your cart, which is here. Okay. And then discounts are being applied because we see the Victron Multi-Plus inverter charger here, plus the wiring kit, Links distributor, plus the Links distributor wiring kit down here somewhere. There it is. And it's all crossed off here with underlined there. So that's good to go. So we're at $4,600, and he had a budget of $3,500. And you know,
I mean, you could definitely get lower if, you know, actually, I believe, didn't this one say no solar?
Oh, did he?
Desired charging sources were alternator and shore. Solar was not selected, so
Okay.
that'll
So
get rid of quite a lot.
Yeah, and realistically, that gets rid of
You could just X that entire system.
8,000. So I can click this X.
8,000. That's
Oh
800.
my gosh, 800.
Maybe you do need more coffee.
Yeah, that will reduce the system price by $84,596. Oh wait, no, there's a period in there. Okay, so we can just click that off, and then that gets rid of that whole solar charging system and drops our price down to $37.58, which I think that's pretty much in the same ballpark as, you know, the quote, especially considering he said just best bang for your buck.
Near the budget.
Yeah, near the budget. I think that realistically, like this is what he needs here, and so I think this is what we'll send over to him. So
yeah, I think that's a great kit.
Yeah, yeah. So that's that. Let me share the cart link or the cart numbers with you. Are you ready for those?
I'm ready.
Let's see.
You're not ready.
I'm almost ready. Paste. Last four is 1066.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Cool. You know, the other thing we could do is if somebody actually feel like they had that $3,500 budget, and they did want solar and they did want the alternator charging and they did want the 3,000 watt inverter, you know, you're not going to be able to get into Victron components for that sort of price point. But, you know, we do have those options now. You know, last year we didn't have these options, but now we have EcoFlow systems on our store. And realistically, that could get you sort of in that same ballpark pricing, but it's just going to be in like an all-in-one power station. And would you come on? Would you load faster, please? Everybody's
just talking about how
I know,
fast our
yeah,
site is.
how fast our site is. Yeah, everybody's waking up now, so we'll see how it does.
Everybody's just waking up. I've been up for 6.5 hours.
Yeah. So the EcoFlow system is going to be less expensive, and it's going to sort of get you in that same realm. It's an all-in-one system, and you theoretically wouldn't have to do all your branch circuit wiring if you wanted to just plug your stuff right into the EcoFlow unit. That's sort of how it's designed and stuff like that. You know, it's got outlets right on the front, and then you just plug your stuff in, just, you know, like you'd plug into a wall outlet. It's less of a built-in kind of thing. There are people who've done that, and I could sort of see some of the value with it, but I think that the real value of the EcoFlow unit we have on our store is the fact that you don't have to really do any of that. You can just plug right into it. Is your store working?
Yeah, it's working fine for me.
Okay.
I think you forgot to hit enter.
Maybe so. That sounds right. Check out the EcoFlow systems and stuff like that. Head to shop.explorist.life right here on the home page. Scroll down, see all the sales going on right now, and then EcoFlow power stations, shop EcoFlow, and then you're right here. So, you know, the base package is just a shade over $2,000, and then the alternator chargers just a shade under $300, and then the solar panels. You know, you can use the EcoFlow solar panels here, a portable system, or you can use this cable right here, and then this is going to work with most of the pre-configured solar arrays that we have. Solar array bundles right here. It's not all of them, but it's most of them. And if you sort of want to go that route, we'd like to help you. Just reach out through the little chat bubble right here. Anna's currently on there, and Steph and I, and then CJ will be on later today, handling all this. But if you are interested in chat about getting something like this, just let me know, and we can kind of run through it. Alternatively, shop.explorist.life/support. Fill out the form, and we'll get you pointed in the right direction.
Cool. If you could actually go back into that cart that we had just made.
Oh, good. I didn't delete it.
Yeah. Dream Rider was asking if we can walk through how to fix errors that we're seeing. So I didn't see any errors in that one, but let's go to that and double check.
So here's one error.
Um,
Sorry, it seems the coupon blank, blank, blank is invalid. It has now been removed from your order.
Yep. So that one is if you have added something to your cart that did have a coupon code with it and then removed it, that error will pop up. It doesn't stop you from checking out though. And all of the discounts on the buy your component, get the wiring kit 25% off, those are all automatically applied. There's no coupon code to go with them.
Yep.
So you can just ignore that error.
Yep.
Then
you can also see that the Black Friday buy the component, get the wiring kit discount, that's still being applied because we got our multi-plus inverter charger here for its standard, 15% off price. And then the discount, the Black Friday discount for the wiring kit for this component is shown right here. It's crossed out. And then we've got the actual price here. No coupons are necessary for that. We didn't want to mess with coupons.
Yep.
So we just made it easy for everybody.
Yep. It should be across the board. There aren't really coupon codes
I don't
that
think
are necessary. I think I made everything to where it was just automatically applied. We've done coupon codes in the past, and ultimately that ends up in going back to the merchant processing fee discussion. That ends up with people forgetting to apply the code and then emailing us in later and asking for a refund for those. And then we've had to pay the processing fees on that full amount.
On the non-discounted price.
On the non-discounted price.
And, it's and then we have to do things, which is a pain.
Yeah. So it's all in all, a worse experience for everybody for coupon codes. So there shouldn't really be any coupon codes. If you have that error, it's likely, like I said, you had something at one point in your cart that did have a coupon code, because we have had coupon codes before.
And let's be clear here, that if you go searching around on Google and find coupon codes and stuff like that, they're you're probably on a site that's giving you malware, first off. Yes. But we don't have any coupons that are floating out there to get like further discounts and stuff like that. What we've historically used coupons for is, let's say, for example, somebody bought something and then they needed to buy something else and they were trying to combine orders. We've got like a free shipping coupon that lets you sort of combine orders. Yeah. It's not, I mean, you get free shipping anyway if your order's over $200. And so it's just coupons for like little specific things like that.
Yeah. And again, it's just to make it easier on everybody. If you were to apply that free shipping coupon and you didn't have 2 orders outstanding, we wouldn't ship your order. We would contact you and say, hey, you didn't pay for shipping. So
I think there's also a code out there that gets you like a 1 penny PV connector that you use for testing. I don't think I've ever seen that one like publicly like available or anything like that. But if somebody buys,
no, I have seen that one publicly available.
Really?
Yeah. It's like it literally says testing in the coupon code.
Yeah. But if somebody does like use that code and get it on the way, we're going to send it to you, but we're also going to fill up your package with glitter. Just a heads up. So beware.
That one is disabled now because it somehow got out onto the interwebs. Anyway, can you scroll down on that card? Going back to the errors, let's make sure that there's no other errors that Dreamwriter was seeing. I don't see any more. So hopefully that's the only one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
So if you have any other issues with that, just reach out to our team and we'll figure out what in the world is going on.
Yeah. You can reach out to the team either here through the shop bubble. I think Anna's the only one currently in there. CJ will be on shift here in a little bit. He's on the West Coast, so it's pretty early for him on that side. And then Steph and I will also be there. We're going to be working over the weekend, sort of handling everybody's questions to make sure everybody gets questions answered. Take advantage of this sale, only sale of the year. Alternatively, you can go to contact and then support, and then that's another spot that you can actually reach out there. So are we good with this cart? Can we clear it for the next one?
Yeah, I think we can clear it.
All right. Done.
Dreamwriter also commented that we got rid of the miscellaneous thingamagoos on our menu. We did not. It is still there. It's just all the way at the bottom. So if you go to shop, sorry, you're not screen sharing. Yeah,
I can now. Our menu is kind of messed up in our cart.
I know.
That's been in my too hard bucket for a while.
Go to components, and it's all the way at the bottom. You just have to scroll. Our menu is just getting a little bit long, so it's just the very last thing on the menu, but it's still there.
Also, as we're here and I'm seeing it and I'm reminded that it exists. Also, we have open box and refurbished items. So it's up there. So shop.explorist.life, and then go to shop, and then go down to open box and refurbished. And then we've got quite a few different items in there, specifically inverter chargers. We get quite a few inverter chargers that have either been damaged. They're usually damaged in shipping. Yeah. So, the top part of this might be a little dented. That's a typical spot.
That's probably 90% of them is that top part is dented.
Yeah. Or a little corner down here is dented. And then on every single one of these, let's see. It's hard to tell. You can click into these. So this little part down here at the very bottom of the inverter charger, sometimes it gets bent in shipping. Yeah. So UPS drops it on a corner or whatever the case is. So we got a whole bunch of like refurbished and like sort of cosmetic damaged units in here. They've, full warranty to a degree. The decreased warranty is just about the time frame and stuff like that. So if we sent this out, the warranty is based on when we actually initially received this. So if you have any questions about that, you can always reach out. But realistically, there's 4+ years on the warranty for all of these components. I would feel pretty confident in saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, all kinds of cool options for open box refurbished items and stuff like that. And additionally, right here, shop.explorist.life /product categories /all products /open refurb. We have wire just by the foot, sort of. You want to give a quick rundown of what we got going on here?
Yeah, so this is our scrap wire section. So effectively, it's when we hit the end of a wire spool, and there's 3 feet left of a wire spool, that goes into our scrap wire. And historically, we've just been hoarding that, and we're trying to get rid of it now. So it's really just offcuts. These are going to be estimated lengths. So about 1 foot is, it could be 11 inches. It could be 16 inches. It's just, we hold it up and we're like, yep, that's about a foot. If it's this big, we're definitely not, we're not going to sell you something that's
3 inches
clearly
of wire.
6 inches or 3 inches and call it about a foot.
Yeah.
But 3 to 5 feet, it could be 2.5 feet. It could be 4 feet. It could be 5.5 feet. But we just kind of did the best that we could using our ape index, and that's about it.
Yeah.
All sales are final on those. Somebody did ask earlier if we could pre-crimp those. And I don't really have an answer for that right now. I would say maybe.
But we don't have a
We
way
don't
to
have a way
sell lugs.
we don't have a way to sell you that option. If you were buying, just the scrap wire, then I'd say maybe not. But if you're buying a majority of a system and like a bunch of kits and stuff, and you want that scrap wire in addition, and you purchase the full system, the full system pre-crimp option, the $350 flat fee, and you want like a bunch of those crimped, we could do that. So
we can figure it out. Shoot us a message. That's kind of an a side case, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And these are brand new. This is a brand new option, these pre-crimped options. So we're still figuring it out. So yeah, shoot us a message and we'll see what we can do. I will say, like, customizations, it's kind of tough during this time of year. So we'll probably have to delay it a little bit if you do want that option. I also wanted to caveat the open box items. Sorry, I was trying to interrupt you earlier, but you just kept going. The open box refurbished items, those do not qualify for our buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. So if you buy a refurbished inverter, you don't get the wiring kit 25% off because your component is already significantly discounted.
Yeah. We're just trying to make back a little bit on there because they're already just discounted so much that it doesn't make sense for it. If we discounted those any further, then we'd be losing money in general. It'd be cheaper.
Absolutely.
It would actually be cheaper for us to just throw them away.
Yeah. Cool. I had a question here and lost it. Okay, Terry asked, I have 3 300 amp hour Epoch batteries for a 42-foot diesel pusher, a 3,000 watt inverter, 10,000 watt generator, looking to do solar in steps. What charge controller would you suggest? And should I start with a briefcase solar array or rooftop?
So is there any solar?
No, there's no solar yet.
And just trying to add a lot of solar, or add a little solar.
That's the question. So,
I don't like the concept of adding solar in stages. because solar panels are so inexpensive comparatively, like now, it just makes so much more sense to just install all your solar at one time. It's going to be like, I understand the concept of like installing your solar in stages. It's like, hey, let's do $1,000 worth of solar now and $1,000 worth of solar here in another month. But realistically, if you do $1,000 worth of solar now and then you try to add to it or whatever the case is, then maybe you could have just, had economy of scale by just doing it all at once. And then you can install all your solar panels while you're up on the roof. I mean, it takes just as much time to get all your tools out and get up on the roof as it does to install, 2 solar panels. And so I think that it makes a lot more sense to just go ahead and install all of your solar in one go and not do that in stages. Instead, it's going to be way less expensive and it's going to be way easier from a labor perspective. If you just buy everything you want now, and if you need to financially phase things out, we offer financing. And that's going to allow you to sort of spread that payment out, while keeping the workload at reasonable. The financing options, if you go through the checkout, the financing options are available on the checkout. And do we have financing through Affirm?
Mm-hmm.
PayPal Pay Later, I think, is another one.
PayPal Pay Later, yeah.
And
And
so-
those are the only two, I believe.
Okay, so those are the two options, and I believe both of them, depending on your credit score and all kinds of other stuff that out of our control. I think some of those have 0% financing options for somewhere in the ballpark of 6 months. But ultimately, if you go through that process, then you'll sort of see what those options are for sort of financing that out. And realistically, even if there is a little bit of like, if it's not 0% financing, it's probably going to be cheaper than buying 2 separate charge controllers. So I think that's kind of my mind. Maybe that's not what you wanted to hear, but I think that's kind of my best answer. If you're absolutely not for that and you're like, hey, I have $1,000 to spend on solar panels today, and I'll have another $1,000 to spend, next month or 2 months later, I think I would do there is I would go up here to shop.explorist.life and then go to solar array bundles here. And then okay, so I go to solar array bundles here, and then I would just kind of check through these and then see what kind of price you're looking at. So like this one in particular, you could let's open these up in different windows without spilling my coffee. So let's say we wanted to check this one out, and then we wanted to phase in 1,400 watts of solar later. So you've got a 1,000-watt solar charging wiring kit, and that's about $1,700. And then you got this 1,400 watt solar charging wiring kit, and then that's not right. Oh, this is for a twin. Well, why is that so cheap?
What?
What? Oh, we don't have solar panels in this one. Oh, did we?
It's because we don't
got
sell
rid-
the 240 watt panels anymore.
I see. That makes sense. That's the problem with expanding your product lines. Yeah. So this one in particular, we've got 1,600 watts of solar panels, and then that's running about $2,500. So you can kind of go through these, and then you can buy one now and then one later, and that's how you could sort of phase that in. But being that we have installed these before, I'm just going to tell you that it's just way easier to just buy it all in one go, and then install it all in one go, and then finance out your phases. And I think that's usually the easiest way. So, oh, she says it's not the money; it's if I need solar.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I guess I get that too. So I think that second option is just go through the those solar array bundles, and then you can get one of those and add it to your system, and then if you need more, then you can do it the second one. Yeah, that makes sense. But realistically, if what's your battery bank capacity? Because if you've got a 12 volt system and you've got 1,000 amp hours of battery bank capacity, we can already just go ahead and say that you need 2,000 watts of solar to fully recharge that battery bank each and every day.
That battery bank was 300 amp hours, so 900 amp hours.
Yeah, so if you can just go ahead and do 2,000 watts of solar, like that's going to remove all questions, and you won't need more solar than that. But if you're discharging halfway, then maybe you could do 1,000 watts of solar. But that's kind of the ballpark. So sort of the ballpark answer there on how much solar do you need for a set number of batteries is, for every amp hour battery bank capacity you have at 12 volts, you need 2 watts of solar. So if you have 1,000 amp hours of battery bank capacity, you should probably have 2,000 watts of solar in order to charge that battery bank, from empty to full in a reasonable amount of time, which is 6 hours, which is the standard solar time frame of most of North America. Most of the U.S. So as you get further north, it gets worse. But realistically, that's what I would say. If I was in that position, I'd be trying to install as close to 2,000 watts of solar as I could, at a minimum 1,000 watts, and then maybe go from there. So,
Yes. Cool. I don't see any other major questions in the chat that haven't been answered already, but yeah, keep asking questions. But also, if you have a system that you want us to build out on the live stream, drop that over in shop.explorist.life/get.
and that can also be found up here, shop.explorist.life. Get a quote right here in the menu bar, and then fill out that form. And then Steph and I are handpicking, sort of cherry picking some of the ones that are going to bring up good questions or whatever, and then getting those out the door, so that we can get your order out the door, because our warehouse team is working today. And if you order today, there's a decent chance at this point that it might go out the door today. Otherwise, a real good chance it'll go out the door on Monday.
Indeed.
We are fulfilling orders in the order that they come in, and so the sooner you get your order in, the sooner it's going to go out the door. Okay, what's next?
All right. We have another van here.
Okay.
And this is, I forgot the person's name. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Seqn is how they spelled it. Anyway, maybe that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be Sean, Sean.
How did he spell it?
Seqn, and the Q is right above. I read it as sequin, but then I realized that the Q is right above the A on the keyboard, and that was probably Sean. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Going forward, he'll be known as Sequin.
Okay, so Sequin wants a van. I have not chosen an air conditioner, fully custom, DIY build, power audit, has an Instant Pot, induction cooktop, hot water heater, air conditioner, fridge, and nothing else is filled out until we get to the budget. The budget is $15,000, and budget is not important. Prioritize performance and capacity.
Okay, cool. Well, this is a fun one. So, for the budget of $15,000, like realistically we can build one hell of a system for $15,000. Like we sort of, unless you start getting into, dual inverter systems or household electrical systems for grid-tied properties, which we do have available, by the way. BT dubs. 30% federal solar tax credit running out in a month. Anyway, $15,000 is a budget we can do anything with a van. We're actually not going to use all of that budget. So even though he said he's got all the money in the world to throw at this project, we're not going to take it. We're just going to spend what we need to and get it done. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do screen share. And I think at this point in time, I actually would bring up the fact, in his survey, he said that he wanted to do it himself, but with a budget of $15,000, I think it's important to understand that we do have pre-assembled power systems available. And I mean, what's the most expensive one we could do? Could we do 2 of these?
Yeah, you can do 2 of those. 2 of the Elites fit.
Yep, 2 of the Elites fit. Shipping is free, is included. Installation is included, or we can either ship it to you or we can install it for you. It doesn't matter. Both of them are included. Shipping costs about the same as labor for installing this thing, so give you options. So realistically, this system installed in an enclosure, put on a pallet, and shipped to you with 900 and whatever that is, 940 amp hours of battery capacity. So 920 amp hours of battery bank capacity. It's got a multi-plus 3 kVA inverter charger, solar DC to DC charger. It doesn't have solar panels in this bundle specifically because we sort of like you to figure out what size of solar panels is going to work. But realistically, this charge controller, it's going to be sort of set up for a van. 3 of the 200 watt solar panels is pretty typical, and we could add that. But realistically, this kit is like $13,500. So with a budget of $15,000, I would strongly consider this because then we can just build it and send it to you, and you can be on your way. You don't have to make your own enclosure. So that's an option. But he did say in his thing that he wanted to build it himself. So let's go ahead and honor that request. And so we're going to go to shop. We're going to go to shop by application. Then we're going to go to, actually, I'm going to link to this. Let's send this to the chat so you guys can, because we're not going to send this in a cart because ultimately that doesn't sound like what he wanted. Let's see if that shows up. I think it does. Hey, outstanding. Okay, so we're going to go and honor the request of the pre-assembled or the DIY system, and so we're going to go shop by application, camper van, customizable electrical system, and we're going to do the Explore system here. Explore system revolves around a Victron 3 kVA inverter charger, and that's what we're going to do here. We're going to do it uncrimped because he said he wanted to totally DIY the whole thing. Oh, sorry, I keep kicking you. Going to do it again.
You're just going to put your foot on top of me?
Yeah, it's okay. I was getting a hamstring cramp. Oh. Probably should drink water, but whatever.
More coffee.
Okay, so base kit here, we're going to leave it as this inverter charger. We're going to opt for the full system remote programming, which what that means is we're going to send you all the components and everything unprogrammed. And then once you get your system wired and it's powered and everything like that, we are going to log in remotely through, so either Anna, CJ, or myself is going to log in remotely through the Serbo GX, through the VRM portal, and we're going to program all of your Victron components for you. That service is $99. You do have to do programming, and you'll notice that all the programming is realistically the same. If you want to program your Multiplus yourself, it's still $60 and you have to do all the work yourself. So it sort of doesn't make a lot of sense to not do full system remote programming on this and let us just handle all of it for you. Okay, so all that's good to go there. Got 2 options for inverters. We're going to select this top one because it's a little shorter, a little better form factor for most fans. Battery bank wiring kit. We're going to add 1 extended 24 volt. Okay, that's good there. Oh, these are good. So we're getting the component and the wiring kit. So wiring kit's going to be 25% off for all of these. And that's good. Okay. For monitoring, we're going to do advanced system monitoring in here through the Serbo GX and GX Touch 70 so that we can, Sequin. So Sequin can have this Victron GX Touch 70, so a nice touchscreen display, and also so that our team can log in remotely to do that that programming service. So we're going to leave this here. I already know just because of Steph made this. All these defaults are fine for that for these data cables, so we can cruise on. Add batteries. We are going to add two of the Epoch Essentials, just like that. And that's that. 920 amp hours of battery bank capacity. Roof solar. We would probably want to see what would fit, but through experience, I know that 3 by 200 watt panels is the most popular. That's going to fit on pretty much any van, but it's always something good to sort of just double check. Ground deploy solar. Let's go ahead and do this since we have the budget for it, and ultimately, if we're running air conditioners and stuff like that, it's kind of nice to be able to do that. Let's keep it modest at 400 watts. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
You could do 200, 400, 600. I will say that 600 gets kind of cumbersome just to store.
Yeah.
3 of those solar panels get it just sort of gets kind of cumbersome to store it, but 2 is not too bad. So that's that. And that gives you everything you need for that. Alternator charging. Let's see, do we want to do dual or single? We have the budget for dual, but it starts to get kind of, from an installation perspective.
Yeah, that's starting to get kind of a lot. And
chat, what do you think? Let's let the chat decide. Let's let chat build this one. Do we want to do, for this customer, do we want to do a single 12-1250 DC to DC charger? Do we want to do dual 12-1250 DC to DC chargers? Or do we want to do the RedArc BCDC Alpha 100 amp DC to DC charger? Let us know in the chat. Then we'll keep cruising. Maybe somebody will be quick on it.
well, there's a delay between us.
I know
and
there's
chat,
a delay.
So.
Well, what would you do if this was your build and you had 15K to spend on it?
I think I would do the RedArc BCDC.
Would you let the RedArc BCDC? Would you let that control the ground deploy solar?
I would. Yeah, that was going to be my recommendation there.
All right, let's do that.
Unless somebody else has a strong opinion. Ooh, 3 Orions.
Okay, so Buddy said if budget allows, RedArc. I think the budget allows. Let's maybe put in the RedArc and see what happens, and then I'll show you what else we would have to do to this to sort of accommodate. 3 Orions.
Would you be getting into the capacity of your alternator at that point?
Yeah. So at 3 Orions, that's 150 amps of DC to DC charging, and so you would need a 300 amp alternator to accommodate that. That's one thing. Most sprinters don't have that. What was his fan? I don't think we don't ask for what fan it is because it typically doesn't matter. Transits that have dual 250 amp alternators from the factory, that would work. But realistically, that's going to take up so much real estate in your electrical system, enclosure or area, that it's just going to be not reasonable to actually do the installation. I wouldn't want to install 3 Orions. I don't think that the additional 50 amps makes enough sense for how much work it is up front.
Yeah. I already hate the dual Orion kit. I don't.
Yeah.
I refuse to create a wiring kit for 3 of them.
Yeah, that just wouldn't be reasonable. Yeah, nobody at the EXPLORIST.life team likes the dual Orion XS wiring kit.
It's just so big.
It's just there's so many components and so much fusing and so many terminals and do you know off the top of your head what the cost difference is to install 1 Orion versus 2 Orions?
I don't know that off the top of my
From
head.
a labor
no.
perspective, it's more than twice as much.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's definitely more than twice as much.
You get reverse economy of scale with 2 Orion XSs. So yeah, so I think Buddy, I think you've got the right direction there. Let's not set people up for failure. Okay, so RedArc BCDC Alpha 100R charging bundle, and this is in a van, so the 25-foot should be available. Or I'm sorry, not should be available. I was just looking at the available on back order. This is available. But what we can do here is, since we're going to feed our ground solar array into this, I'm actually going to back up a step, and I'm going to remove the solar charge controller, and I'm going to remove the solar charge controller wiring kit. We still need everything else, so we need everything from here. We need this. Actually, let's drop this down to 200 watt ground deploy solar charging bundle so that we stay under the max input voltage of the BCDC. That the BCDC doesn't have a very high voltage input, so let's just keep it simple here. So we're going to drop off this solar charge controller. We're going to drop off this wiring kit here. All that's fine. We need all that. All that's good. And then one of these solar arrays here. Okay, so that's good. Add alternator charging. We already have the BCDC set here. So we sort of have that functionality of being able to keep the the starter battery topped off from that ground deploy solar array, or from the charge from the house battery bank in general through the Red Arc BCDC, because it has reverse charging available. It's also got some sort of like, it's not jump starting, but it's like an emergency fast charge if you accidentally drain your starter battery. So we're getting that with this. Okay, shore power accessories. We need both of those to charge from shore. And then branch circuit bundle. So this is all your USB outlets, USB outlet wiring, puck light wiring, 120 volt outlet wiring, all that kind of stuff to make a permanently installed solution here. Electrical enclosure. We are going to drop this off because ultimately this isn't going to fit with the BCDC. So you'll have to make your own enclosure. So be sure to budget for that. So before discounts, we're coming in at 10,000. So we're like 5,000 under budget. So that's
before the discount.
And that's before the discount. So that's like, with the BCDC, which is, arguably better than, that's arguably, it's a better solution. It's just more expensive. But if you have the budget for it, then like it's such an elegant piece of device.
I think it's arguably better than dual Orions because of the installation, the ease of installation, the elegance of installation, like you mentioned, but also that emergency, starter battery charge is something that you guys have been asking us for and asking about for so long, and it's kind of nice to have that. And as much as we've said, don't drain your starting battery. How many times this summer did you drain one of our vehicle's starting batteries? Like when you left the truck just on?
Oh yeah, I got sidetracked and suddenly just left the truck on, but that didn't kill the battery. Let's be clear here.
No, that didn't. The entire engine was still running. You just left it idling for
3 hours.
Who knows how long.
So for this system, we're coming in under budget. After all the discounts are applied, we're at $9,600, and so free shipping. You have to pay whatever taxes your area dictates, but ultimately that's kind of where we're coming out from. That leaves plenty of budget for whatever kind of enclosure that you're going to have to buy or build. Because although I'd like to sell you our enclosure, by the time we throw the BCDC in it, it's
going to be way too long.
It's a little too long by about 4 inches or so, and so it ultimately doesn't fit. That's pretty much that. So we'll get this sent.
Can I get that shared cart link?
Yep, we'll get that sent over to Sequin.
Sequin?
Y'all thought I forgot.
Yep, I did forget.
You make fun of me for making up names, and then I have to take advantage of it whenever we get funny mistypes. Loading.
Why is yours taking so long? Mine isn't.
Yours going fast?
Yeah, mine's fine. Got no problems over here. Lightning fast.
What the heck? It's probably because we're streaming off this computer too.
No. Fair.
You can always upgrade the RAM, but the price of RAM is absolutely through the roof right now. So if
I bet it's on a Black Friday discount.
It is.
You can get it on sale.
Who's tried to build a new computer recently? That RAM cost, my gosh, expensive, isn't it?
There it is.
Okay, cart number, last 4 is 1071, and we'll get that sent off.
Awesome.
All right. Sam's asking a follow-up question on alternator charging. So any other options for, let's see, is that greater than or less than? It's greater than.
What? Greater than?
Greater than 100 amp alternator charging, asking specifically for a dual alternator. Transit CCP2 has a 175 amp fuse, or any good options other than the Orion 1400 for a 24 volt system. Ultimately, we don't really have anything that's over 100 amps from alternator charging. If you want, more than 100 amps, I sort of suggest just doing a secondary alternator. But with the Transit, you're already kind of like in a bad situation, because that's going to involve uninstalling one of the inverters, reinstalling a secondary alternator, and then you have to take it to Ford, and then they're going to have to reflash the computer, and then ultimately that's why we didn't do that. Now that said, I don't think really anybody needs more than 100 amps of DC to DC charging, in my experience. I think a lot of people who sort of want that, and I'm not singling you out specifically, I'm just in general. I think a lot of people who want more than 100 amps of DC to DC charging have never actually sort of lived with one of these systems. And 100 amps of DC to DC charging is a lot. And that's one of those like luxury items, is 100 amps of DC to DC charging. And it just charges so fast. I don't think that, I assure you that if I thought that if 150 or 300 amps of DC to DC charging was a good idea, I would absolutely have one of those solutions on the store, because ultimately that's going to be better for our top line anyway. But ultimately, I don't think it's a good enough idea to sort of like set you guys up for failure on that kind of thing, or make you guys spend money unnecessarily. That's probably not the best business decision, but ultimately that's the best decision that I can sort of come up with the understanding that I'm trying to also, make sure that you guys don't get stuff you don't really need. So I think that 100 amps of DC to DC charging is an absolute perfect sort of top end speed for DC to DC charging. That's going to power air conditioners and recharge at the same time. Like, it's going to charge batteries fast. Like, it's just a great solution. So yeah, we don't really have a solution for anything bigger than that at the moment. Done. I'm a little behind, but why didn't the DC to DC drop down show the Orion 1400? So on the drop down in that particular builder, that was a 12 volt system, and the Orion XS 1400 is more expensive than the Orion XS non 1400. And so there's really no reason to have the Orion 1400 in that particular drop down, since that's a 12 volt to 12 volt system. Now on our 12 volt to 24 volt systems, or our 24 volt systems, the Orion XS will be in those systems. So Dream Riders, he's hopping on my rant about RAM prices. Good.
I've never actually built a computer, so you always do that for me. So I don't know what RAM prices are.
Yeah, it's just with all the AI data centers and stuff like that, it's just hogging up the RAM.
Hogging up the RAMs.
Yeah, supply and demand. There's a supply and demand circle going on, since NVIDIA owns, who is it that makes RAM? A lot of the RAM suppliers probably. Anyway, it seems like let's see, I'm just screen names here. S.C. Larsky, S. Klarsky, Scott Klarsky. Sounds like you're wanting a quote. Reach out to us and let's just build you out of. Let's just take a look, and see how that ends up looking. So head on over to EXPLORIST.life or shop.EXPLORIST.life. Let me clear this out so we're ready for it when it comes through. Shop.EXPLORIST.life, and then go to get a quote, and then fill out the form here. It'll take you about 5 minutes, and then it's going to come through on our end, and then we can actually just build this system just sort of live, and then let you see what that actually looks like with our like recommendations and stuff like that. So let's see. So go fill that out, and then look in the chat, because I'm kind of actively monitoring it. Just let me know when that's done. If your name is if this is sort of a play on your name, SCLARSKY, I assume that's probably part of your name. We'll be looking for that one, and then also let me know in the chat once that's been pushed through, and then we'll take a look at that and just sort of build it all out together. That way you got good concept of what we would personally recommend for what you've got going on.
Yep. And while you get that done, I think we are going to take a quick break.
Yep.
And we'll be back in 5-ish minutes.
5 minutes. Let's see, which ad do we want to play? Let's do this one. With our 25% off wiring kit sale going on now, get the most bang for your buck by bundling multiple wiring kits together into a full system package. Choose your installation type, your size of system, base kit options, your monitoring type, battery bank sizes, solar charging options, alternator charging options, add your shore power accessories, branch circuits, enclosures, or even installation services, add it to your cart, check out, and we'll get it on the way. Buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. There's no limit to how many you can buy, save on them all. This weekend only at shop.explorist.life.
your RV or van's electrical system, EXPLORIST.life is now offering in-house custom installations in Redmond, Oregon. Whether you're improving your current setup or starting from scratch, our team builds safe, reliable, high-quality systems designed specifically for your rig. Built by pros who live and breathe off-grid power. Book your install today at shop.explorist.life/installations and get the power to explore.
And we're back, getting hydrated. But not coffee. Well, I'm still drinking coffee. But.
You have a bottle of water right there too.
Oh, where'd that come from?
It's been there since we started.
Nice. Oh, you got that for me?
Yes.
That's so sweet.
I have like snacks laid out for us and drinks laid out. I've got more in our cooler too.
Just taking good care of us.
Trying to.
Here for the long haul.
Wait.
Also, she also made some like little miniature, like bites, almost bite size pies yesterday. Yeah. Apple pie and pumpkin pie.
Yeah, because it's just the two of us, so there's no need to like make an entire pie. And especially not two entire pies, because Nate doesn't like pumpkin pie, and that's my favorite pie.
Yeah.
And
we also didn't need multiple pies because I don't have self-control.
Right.
So my shirts are already fitting a little tight. I'm gonna have to find some new T-shirts for Black Friday deals somewhere else. So
anyway, those pie bites were delicious.
Yeah, they're super good. I mean, the apple one was. Pumpkin's not that good, but it's just because
you didn't try it.
Pumpkin pie is not that
just
great.
Don't lie. You didn't even try it. It was really good.
I mean, I'd eat it, but I eat pretty much anything, though.
Remember last year when I made little pumpkin pie bites for the horses and they hated them?
Yeah, they also didn't like them. I told them ahead of time. I snuck out there and I said, "Hey, these are going to be gross. Let's just we're just going to troll a little bit here."
Yeah, you guys definitely trolled me.
Yeah, trolled by your horses. Okay. Catching back up in the chat here. Dreamer said, "What don't like pumpkin pie?" I mean, I don't like pumpkin pie that much. I mean,
I don't like pumpkin anything. Pumpkin, like pumpkin spice, pumpkin bread, pumpkin muffins.
Yeah, I would eat any of them, but I think that'd probably be the last thing I'd want to eat.
Well,
I'm not.
You're not invited then.
to the pumpkin party.
To my pumpkin party of one, because my horses also don't like pumpkin.
Yeah, you're outnumbered.
Yeah,
I'm afraid to tell you.
Dang it.
I guess that's just more for you anyhow.
I guess so.
Okay, so hopping back into some of these questions in the chat before we go over to build some more kits. Let's see here. See, looks like you handled that one in the thing. Yeah, so Dream Rider was asking when tickets come through and they order like solar panels, do we actually warehouse? Basically, I'm just paraphrasing here. Do we warehouse those, or is it coming from the Rich Solar warehouse? And the answer to that is that there are certain items that are on our store that comes from direct from the manufacturer, like solar panels and all non-Victron batteries. So like Epoch batteries, SOK batteries, Rich Solar batteries. We just have an agreement with the manufacturer that we're going to handle all the customer support on that, and then we're going to place the order with them, and then they're going to drop ship it from their facility. And the only reason we do that is because our warehouse is really small right now, and we just don't have enough floor space at the moment to do that. We're currently building a bigger warehouse, but ultimately anybody who's built anything, the construction delays are just a thing, and that's just being pushed back. So we sort of have to have those little agreements with some of our manufacturers, and so far so good. We're still the liaison though. If you have a problem, like, so if you order an Epoch battery and an SOK battery or a Rich Solar panel and you have problems with it, we are still your point of contact. So we don't, shuck our duties just because we're placing the order on your behalf or whatever. And the price is the same on your end. So same price as you could buy it from on the manufacturer's website. So that's sort of how a couple of those items work. But 90% of the stuff in our store comes from our own warehouse. So let's see here. I have a question here. I'm not going to try to pronounce this. SRABEYTA. How would you say that? How would you pronounce that? I think that's short for Sarah Beatty. We're going with that. Okay. So the question here is, I am planning to build in stages and going to buy an Epoch Essential 460 amp hour now and add a second one later. What shunt do you recommend buying at this time? So buying a battery now and then buying a battery later, that doesn't have any bearing on your shunt, like choice selection. So for that specific question, I'll try not to get derailed here, but for that specific question, your shunt is not dictated by your battery bank size. I know what follow-up question is going to happen, but I'll wait till you go ahead and ask that question because I don't want to get too derailed. But ultimately, yeah, that's it. It doesn't matter. But feel free to follow up with an additional question there because I think I know what the additional question is going to be. Okay, what else we got here? Multiple people talking shit because I don't like pumpkin pie. Let's see here.
I don't see any other like major questions.
Scott here is asking in the chat. I would like to build a new cart because my cart has many errors on the sidebar. So if you already have a cart built, and I feel like I remember your name from our support inbox, can you find his cart? See if he has an inquiry. Scott Hendricks, SCOTTHEND.
Yes, I know how to spell
RICKS. See if there's anything in there, and we can check out his cart and see.
Yep.
Can you look at his cart?
I'm trying to find the link. I don't see a link to it. Scott, if you could actually just,
Could you send him the?
I'm gonna reassign this to myself. And Scott, if you could drop the link to your cart, if you could share the cart with me again, in that message that you have going with CJ. I've just reassigned it to myself, so I'll grab it. CJ's not online just yet, so that's why he hasn't answered you. Yeah, if you'll drop a link there, or I'm sorry.
Would you send the instructions for sure. How to do that?
Yep.
So our tech support team, our customer support team, we've got Anna. She's currently online. She's out of Virginia, so she's East Coast, and so she's able to get on kind of early. Steph and myself are based out of Mountain Time. We're here in Colorado, based out of Mountain Time.
Based out of mountains.
we're
based out of mountains.
Out of mountains, and we just don't sleep. That's why we're able to get on so early. No, that's not true.
Dude, I woke up at 3 a.m.
You were ready to go.
Yeah. Well, I woke up. I woke up just needing to go to the bathroom, and then I was like, "Well,
I'm already up. Alarm goes off in an hour
why
and a
would
half.
I go back to sleep?" And now I'm regretting that decision because I'm starting to get sleepy.
Oh, you just need more coffee.
I don't need more coffee. According to Tucker, I do need more coffee.
I think so too. And then our other customer support tech, CJ. He's in California, so where it's kind of cool now. This is the first year that we've had any customer support help outside of myself and Steph for Black Friday. So I'm pretty great. So for Thanksgiving, that is something I am thankful for. I am thankful for Anna and CJ to be able to help out with this kind of stuff. And yeah, we'll be here all week. Not here, but we'll be in tech support and chat support all weekend, so you guys can get all your questions answered. Either from myself, Steph, Anna, or CJ. We'll all be there. Things get auto assigned, and we can get you everything we need. So let's see here.
Scott, I just sent you an email on how to share that link with me. So if you could check your email inbox and respond to that with the shared link. Yeah, I sent that to your email.
Yep.
And do you want to answer Kevin's question while
Perfect.
we wait for Scott to send that link?
Kevin asked, got a question. Is it okay to use the ground studs to attach a couple different bonds? I have run out of room for the 6 bonds that are needed on the links distributors themselves. Electrically, it's fine. Physically, it generally doesn't fit. So if your best chance of making that fit is using the smaller wires and stuff like that. But whenever you're wiring up your links distributor, you don't have to have, the positive and the negative for the same component on the same space of the links distributor, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. They can be sort of offset. One can be on the middle stud. You can double them up if they'll physically fit. Just really, really inspect that connection and make sure that it's actually sitting down flush, nice and neat. If you flip one of the lugs over, I feel like that scene in Top Gun where he's like, I was inverted. So if you invert one of the lugs and put it like that inside of the links distributor, it might fit. Just try it out. Shoot us a support message if you're sort of having trouble with it, and I'll probably ask for a picture, and I can kind of confirm or give you some better guidance on that instead of just making Top Gun references.
I don't know. I like them.
I think it made a lot of sense. Yeah, inverted. I have a picture. How close were you? 1 meter. Okay, Ryan asked, any thoughts on putting together a battery bank relocation bypass kit? I bought a base kit from you without the battery bank relocation kit, and the converter continually has a load trickle charge.
I mean, we do have a battery bank relocation
kit. We do have a battery bank relocation kit. It's actually called a battery bank relocation kit on the store. So if you go to shop.explorist.life and you go to shop, and then you got to individual wiring kits, and you go to component wiring kits, and then you sort by what did we categorize this as?
Battery bank?
I think it's battery bank. Yep. 12 volt OEM RV battery bank relocation kit. I can share that into the chat. I think this is what you're asking for. Let's see. Bam. Okay. I just put that in the chat. I think that's what you're after, and yeah, that's going to replace your OEM batteries if that's the direction you're after. Alrighty.
Okay.
Did y'all get y'all's problem squared away?
I don't see anything from Scott just yet, but we'll still wait on that. But in the meantime, we'll move on to the next system. Do you want to build another?
Perfect. That sounds good. And Scott, if we don't get around to handling those problems live, we'll handle those just. Either Anna or CJ will be able to handle that, or once we're off the live stream, we'll be jumping in there to help out on all that kind of stuff. So even if you don't get it handled live here on the chat, we'll still get you sorted out. So just keep an eye on your emails and on that chat, whichever way you're sort of communicating with us. Okay, what's next?
Okay, next we have Sam, and Sam has a van. Has not chosen an air conditioner just yet. Wants a DIY, DIY solution. And, oops, I scrolled down too far. Power audit includes induction cooktop, air conditioner, and hot water heater. Wants more than 800 amp hours of battery bank capacity and a 3 kVA storage, 3 kVA inverter. Not sure on solar panels. Prefers a 24 volt system, but would like to prioritize design flexibility.
Good.
Desired charging sources are solar, alternator, and shore. And Budget is not important. Prioritize performance and capacity. So there you go. I think this is actually very similar.
Could we just copy paste that other cart?
Yep. So the reason that I chose this is because I was curious if you would say that, or if you would, because Sam did say that they preferred a 24-volt system. Could we build that in a 24-volt system, or would that be better or worse?
What were the AC loads?
Induction cooktop, air conditioner.
Yep.
Hot water heater. That's all.
Air conditioner.
Mm-hmm.
I truly don't think it would be better in a 24-volt system unless you wanted a bigger inverter. I'm sorry, a bigger good gosh. Unless you just wanted more inverter capacity and wanted a 5 kVA inverter.
What if you wanted to do a 24-volt air conditioner instead of a 120-volt air conditioner?
Mm-hmm.
Would a 24-volt air conditioner be better than a 12-volt?
Marginally. Okay, let's say it.
Yeah, let's do that with a 24-volt system. So basically the transit system, effectively.
Yeah, more or less.
Just with updated equipment.
And not pre-built. Not in an enclosure.
Not in an enclosure, correct.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I definitely do want to, for the system, sort of where money's no object to a degree, like I definitely want to give a plug for our pre-assembled systems. So if you go to shop.explorist.life and then scroll down to full systems right here, we've got pre-assembled systems where you can either come to us and we'll install this system for you, or we can just send this to you on a pallet pre-assembled as is shown here. And prices on these are anywhere from, I think we can get them as inexpensive as $9,300 $9,300, and then up to, I think if you add the second battery like is shown in this one, I think it's like closer to like $13,000 or $14,000. Yeah, I always have to, like, if somebody's sort of has that, like, not really much of a top end budget, let's just go ahead and at least consider these. But that said, let's cruise on with the 24-volt system. So we're going to shop by application, camper van, and then customizable electrical systems here. And we're going to do the Explore. So, because I don't think they need more than 3 kVA of inverting power. And considering that they're going to do a 24-volt air conditioner, let's just pretend that that's one of the limitations going on there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to explore 24-volt right here. Okay, so explore 24-volt. We're going to do it in uncrimped because they said they wanted to DIY the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Base kit. So we've got our inverter charger. We're doing full system remote programming, so we're going to send it to you unprogrammed, and then we are going to log in remotely once the system is up and running, and then we're going to program all the Victron components for you, so you don't have to worry about it, mess with it. It's only It's only $40 more than just buying the dongle and doing it yourself, but then you have to do all the components. Otherwise, we've got it pretty streamlined on our side, and we can just handle it for you. That's a pretty small upcharge there. So we got our inverter charger, then we got our inverter charger wiring kit. The wiring kit is 25% off through this weekend, and so we're getting a discount there. Battery bank wiring kit, we're going to add one battery bank wiring kit because we are going to utilize a 24-volt battery bank in this system, and we're going to do 2 batteries. We'll get to that later. We've got this charger set to 0 since we are using 24-volt batteries instead of 12-volt batteries. Links distributor, we're going to run out of space, aren't we? With an air conditioner.
Yeah, we might need 2 links distributors.
So by the time you start doing DC to DC DC air conditioners, like adding a second links distributor in there, just because it just makes everything so much easier. It spreads all your connections out just a little bit, makes it. I think future yourself is going to appreciate past yourself if you do the second links distributor in this system. They just bolt end to end and just makes things easier from an installation perspective. Chassis ground wiring kit, 120 volt AC distribution panel, plus the wiring kit, which is 25% off this weekend. Everything like that. All these are necessary. Everything on default. It's good to go. This is a pretty typical system. Not too many surprises going on here. We're going to do the Serbo GX Plus Smart Shunt Monitoring Bundle right here. Just whatever is default is fine. So the Serbo GX, so we can access it remotely. And that also gives you the touch screen here. Smart Shunt, that's good to go. And then I know that just the way that we've designed the system, all the data cables in here are also going to be just typical. Do we want to add a second? We're just going to do one Orion or two? Just one.
Probably just one.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to do just one Orion, so all of our default data cables is going to work for this. Going to add batteries. And here's where we're going to do 2 of the Epoch Elite 24 volt, 230 amp hour batteries. And keep in mind that this battery back here, the blue one up there, is that blue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's blue. That is the same physical footprint, regardless of if it's a 12 volt, 24 or 48 volt version. And they're all the same watt hours inside of that. So just keep in mind that whenever you're seeing this 230 amp hour at 24 volt, remember that that's the exact same thing as 12 volt, 460 amp hours. So we got that. So got this. We actually need to do 2 of them. We don't have an option to do 2 of them.
You selected the wrong thing. I just realized that that's on there twice. So keep going down that one.
This one? Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know why I have that on there twice. But
It's almost like a mistake was made.
no, I don't make mistakes.
Are you human? Do you make mistakes?
No.
Boy, do we have a program for you. Okay. Batteries. So we got roofs. So we're cruising on to the roof solar array. With a van, typically the 3x200 is usually pretty reasonable and will fit in most situations, but obviously this can be changed to all kinds of different options depending on what you want. So we're going to leave it like that. So this is good to go. Do we add a ground deploy solar panel for this? I think we do. Either way.
How much roof solar did we get?
600.
600?
Yeah.
With 2, yeah, with 2
2 batteries.
Epoch 230s, yeah.
You want to do...
Let's do a 600 ground.
600. Cool. You'll just have to find the space for storing the panels, but just kind of account for that in your layout and design and your garage space and stuff like that. So all this is good. So that actually means we need to add one more V direct cable
Oh,
to
that does.
monitoring
Yep. Good call.
if we're going to do that. So we
And
got one.
FYI, Sam
2.
is in the chat currently.
Wonderful. Thanks for tuning in, Sam. We'll get this all squared away, taken care of. Okay, so we'll do one of those, and that gets us good to go on data cables. All right. Ground deploy solar array, we did that. Alternator charging, we're just going to do one of the Orion XS 1400s. I think that's realistically that's a great solution. If this was my own personal van, I'd just be doing one of those like that. Add shore power accessories. That's just your shore power cord and an adapter. Branch circuit. You can kind of play around with this part of the builder. Depending on how much how much wire for your 12 volt USB outlet branch circuit wiring kits you need, all that kind of stuff. But we've got we're actually coming up on 40,000 orders in our store, and this is what we've determined is the most popular, and so we've sort of been able to refine this over the years that we've been doing this. So this is all pretty good to go as default. Review and purchase, and so we're coming out to $10,456.72 before discounts, and then we're going to add that to the cart. And Loading, loading, loading. Okay, and then after discounts, so we can just double check that the discounts are taking place. So we got our inverter charger, and then inverter charger wiring kit. This has a strikeout through it, and then that's discounted price there. So all of our wiring kits are working. So buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off this weekend only. Shop.explorist.life, and our grand total here ends up looking like $10,000. $10,000. So just a shade over.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
yeah, it seems like, you know, in the nature of sort of how that discount works, it's about $500 off, grand scheme of things. So that's pretty good.
Now to add to some complexity on that one, in the chat, Sam did mention wanting to have some 24-volt lights, high-capacity USB-C chargers, etc. So considering doing a 24-volt fuse panel in addition to a 12-volt fuse panel. So I think what we need to add there is an additional fuse panel. So our 12-volt DC fuse panel can actually be used as 24-volt or 12 volts. So you could just add a second one. It's up, right there, middle of the screen.
Can we just add another one here?
Add one there. But excuse me. So we already have the 24 to 12 volt converter and wiring kit in there. And so we would just need to add an additional 12 volt fuse panel wiring kit, which you can go to individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, and fuse panel breaker box, and 12 volt fuse panel wiring kit. Select those options and add to cart.
And even though it says 12 volt DC fuse panel wiring kit, that just sort of matches up to the fuse panel. But realistically, with a 24 volt battery bank, this would be a 24 volt fuse panel, and then it's going to wire to your Lynx distributor, and then that's going to be your 24 volt fuse panel in that regard. So that's how you would do that. So you'd have one 12 volt fuse panel and one 24 volt fuse panel. None of that's real expensive, so that doesn't change the cart just a ton. Yeah, it looks like it added about $100.
Cool.
So, yeah, that's where that comes out. So that's a 24 volt system, 600 watts of solar, 920 amp hours of battery bank capacity at 12 volts. It's the 24 volt equivalent of that. So yeah, at 10 grand or so. So that's where that one sort of ends up. Let me get this card over to you. Sam, do you have an inquiry in our?
Yeah, there is one.
Okay, perfect. Share card. Hey, it went fast that time. $1084 on that cart number.
Awesome.
Perfect. And then Sam, we don't sell the actual USB out at this point. But you know, if you order this and you need some sort of guidance on that or double checking, you know, just sort of a sanity check, just feel free to reach out, you know, on that stuff. If you're buying like 99% of the stuff from us and we don't sell like the puck lights and the USB outlets, we sort of did that just because we have limited amount of shelf space and we would rather fill up our shelf space with sort of, you know, the actual components and stuff like that, and not the stuff where there's a little bit of like, there's a whole bunch of options like USB outlets and puck lights and all that kind of stuff. So we just had to be a little bit choosy in that regard.
That's a lot of personal preference there.
Yeah. But yeah, we're still willing to help with any of that kind of stuff.
Oh, can you leave that open?
Oh, nope.
And then put in 7.8 instead of 8.4. Okay, we have Scott's cart.
Oh, that's,
Getting
hang on, I've got to clear out that cart.
Womp womp.
1 second, sorry. We got Scott's figured out.
We will once you. What happened?
I think this is Scott's cart. I think Scott's cart got added to that previous one. Scott, don't worry. This isn't going to mess that up on your side. This is only on my side.
He can't see what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. You
You're
can't
not-
see what I'm
You're
doing.
not screen sharing.
Good. Keeping my secrets to myself. Okay. What was that cart number?
7-8. No.
Is that it?
0. Put in his no. Quit
Oh,
deleting things.
Would you tell me all the numbers?
121
121
078.
0. Okay. Okay, so we're fixing some errors in a cart right now.
Yes.
Screen share. Do you want to handle this?
Sure.
I think I've said more words than you have. So
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, what you've got over here is an error on the system crimping preference, and what that what's happening there is you built this cart before we added these required preferences here. So to fix that, easy way to do this, if you guys can't figure it out. If you guys can't figure it out, just shoot us a message over on shop.explorist.life in the chat bubble right here, or shop.explorist.life/support, and we'll get it figured out for you. But I'll show you guys here how to do it. So, excuse me. We're just going to click Edit here. So under the main heading of your full bundle, you'll click Edit. And wait for that to load. Okay. And so it's this preference here that on step 1 that has been added. So if you started your cart before, I think I put this on Friday of last week. So a week ago, if you started building your cart before then, you probably have this error happening because this is a new requirement. So you'll come over here and select either your uncrimped or your full system pre-crimp pro upgrade. If you want the full system pro upgrade, it is on sale for $299.99, and we can upgrade that. Was that showing earlier?
what was it?
Was the full system pre-crimp upgrade showing at $300 or $350 earlier? I don't remember. Anyway, for some reason, I think that sale just finally popped up.
Oh.
I'll have to check that. That would have started today, though. So, I don't know. Scott, did you want that uncrimped? I think that was an uncrimped system. So I'm going to put that as uncrimped. So that's what you're going to do first. Then you're going to come here to add a ground deploy solar array. And you can kind of tell this in the bundle builder as you're building this. If anything is grayed out like this, like I can't click on the add an alternator charging, there's an error in the step before that. So since this is grayed out, then it's got to be in the add a ground deploy solar array. And on that, I can see that this is the issue here is we have the add-on ground deploy solar array and the wire crimping doesn't have an option selected. Excuse me. So we'll just select uncrimped. And then I can come up here and everything is white now. So that means that it's all cleared up. And Scott said that they do need uncrimped. Okay. And then we'll just click Update Cart. And looks like I have another error. 700 watt solar charging. Okay, so that would be in our... I see you've got two selections here. So it would be in this particular one. And I don't know if I can edit this one. It doesn't have an edit button, but let me see if I can. You're shaking your head.
I
no.
don't think you can.
Well,
We're gonna try it. Well, it's
no,
just
it's
gonna
gonna
do.
it's gonna add it to the cart, but
Yeah.
that's okay.
It's gonna duplicate. Then you can just delete.
It'll duplicate it. I'll add it to the cart. View our cart. I wonder why you can't edit that one.
That's kind of strange, right?
That is kind of strange. Okay, make sure this one was added correctly. And I'm going to remove this one up here. Okay, I think I've got that.
We got it.
Okay, and Scott, I'm going to share this back to you, but if you, I will caveat this with, if I share this link back to you and you just click on the link, it's going to add it to your cart that's existing. So best thing to do would be to clear your cart entirely and then click on the link that I'm about to share to you. It's going to be a new link.
So go ahead and delete your cart, all of it.
Go ahead and delete your cart.
And then when we send this back to you, it'll re-add everything. So just because you delete it on your side doesn't mean that it deletes it on our side. So if you delete yours, and then we'll send you this one that Steph just fixed, and then once you click on that, then we'll all be hunky dory.
Hunky dory.
Hunky dory.
Cool. Can you read me the last two numbers? Is that 8-7?
8-7.
So we went from 7-8 to 8-7.
Perfectly not confusing.
All right. I think we got that one taken care of. Now that I did that one, though, I didn't have time to find a new one. So
I hope that's okay. We had one good question while you're looking for your next one. I can talk about this question that kind of popped up.
Okay.
Dream Rider said he has to jet in just a few. Well, first off, thanks for tuning into the chat and kind of engaging with us and sort of asking questions and all that kind of stuff. We hope it was helpful, and if you think of any other questions or anything else you need, this weekend, I know you already put your order in, but if you come up with anything else, just hit us up at shop.explorist.life/support or the little chat bubble down here in the bottom right-hand corner. And Anna, myself, Steph, or CJ is going to be on shift all weekend handling all of these questions. So the actual question that he had was, Explorers Life have any cool upcoming projects or things on the horizon that you can share with us? And actually not really. At the moment, we're sort of coming up on the end of end of the year, and we usually do sort of our big end of year looking forward into next year planning. And so usually that's whenever we sort of try to dial in what kind of new projects and new kinds of stuff like that we did. A couple weeks ago, I think it was last weekend maybe, we released the video we did on a horse trailer. That was a much smaller scale electrical system, and that was kind of it wasn't a big project, but anytime you do those like full system installations, those are big projects. They just take a lot of time and stuff like that to shoot and edit and upload and make the kits for and all that kind of stuff. I think the big thing for next year that we're going to start getting into is residential electrical systems. So both grid-tied and off-grid electrical systems. And we actually already have these in the store. And we're sort of trying to determine the best way to go about like promoting and educating about these and everything like that. What we got going on here? What was that?
It's okay. No, it was just. It was
I
nothing.
always get concerned whenever I get texts. Nobody texts me unless something's on
Well,
fire.
it was our warehouse manager texting us a picture of the orders going out today. Round one is done.
Here we go. Let me just show this. So if you've ordered this morning,
Oh man, That's not going to show very
That
nicely,
doesn't
is
show.
it? Nope.
Anyway, our warehouse team has just been absolutely crushing it this morning, and are they caught up?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So thanks to everybody who's like ordered and stuff like that. Like realistically, like you guys are the reason that we're able to like make our tutorials and stuff like that every week and everything like that. So we really do appreciate all the orders that you guys are placing. And I hope that you can find some value in the tutorials that we make every week and everything like that. And those are at this point in time 100% funded by viewers like you. Was that Reading Rainbow? That was always the thing. Like this broadcast made possible by viewers like you. Yeah. Core memory unlocked. But anyway, yeah. So the upcoming projects and stuff like that. Yeah. Grid tied and off-grid electrical systems. We've had off-grid electrical systems like for residential applications. So like an off-grid cabin or something like that. We've had those available for quite a while in the store, but we've now got really, really good grid tied components available. And those are like good to go. If you go to shop.explorist.life and then go here to shop application home solar systems right here. So we've got this SolarArc system. So this is a brand new component to our product offerings, and it is a 18 kilowatt hybrid inverter. So it's an inverter charger with multiple solar charge controllers inside of it, and it's a 48 volt system. This is made to go in your house, and it's got a 200. The biggest reason like we added this one to the store is it's got a 200 amp transfer switch built in, and what that means is you can put this device in between your home meter and your home breaker box. So if your meter's here and your breaker box is here, it's just going to go right in the middle. And this is going to allow full 200 amp pass through from the grid. And then it's also going to, do all the stuff and allow solar panels to feed into this, which is going to allow it to primarily run that. And then anything over or whatever the case is going to come from solar and or battery capacity, whatever the case is. You can also limit the amount of backfeed that this unit puts out. And where we live, we have to limit the amount of power that we can pump back into the grid, and this unit allows for that. So we already have this available. We can also create single line diagrams for this so that you can submit, basically we can assemble the full like permit submittal package that you're going to submit to your city or your county or whoever the case is so that you can use this system. So we're going to be trying to figure out the best way to put some education out about that through some videos and tutorials and stuff like that. But ultimately, like this is available. And if you're trying to take advantage of that 30% federal tax credit for residential electrical systems, that's going away at the end of this year. Hit us up, shoot us a message, shop.explorers.life/support, and let us get you one of those. But time's really running out. And the hardest part about this electrical system is going to be the solar panels and the solar racking and all that kind of stuff. Just, because here we were planning on doing one here at our house, but we sort of ran into weather. We're not under snow yet, but it's been an unseasonably late snow season thus far. And and we kind of ran out of time on ours. So that's, but yeah, realistically, that's what we've got going on throughout the next year. And then just keep doing what we're doing. You guys have seen what we've been up to, and we're just going to keep doing more of it throughout the next year. All right. Have you found another one, or do you want me to keep going on questions?
I think keep going on questions for a moment.
Cool.
Please.
Perfect. Yeah, Dreamwriter also I said thanks to the whole team for all this kind of stuff. I don't think Julie and Peter listening in on the live stream, but I know Anna is, and she's there in the chat. Grace is there in the chat. So we appreciate your order and trusting us with your system. So he's asking about if there's a calendar for future live events you'll have. So the DIY Solar Summit we had this last year. We don't have it on the calendar just yet. We're still sort of in that like making sure that we're going to do it again kind of thing. But as far as like other live events like this, We actually do live Q&As the first Friday of every month, typically, unless something comes up. And those are usually at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, so Denver time. And yeah, that's that. I don't think we have a public calendar, but they're just the first first Friday of every month. So, okay. Next question. Mr. Roboto says, with the discontinued line of Magna inverters from RVs, I would expect to see a lot of upgrades to Victron when installing lithium batteries. I'm hopeful someone will come up with upgrade paths. We have upgrade paths. That's sort of what we do. That's sort of our whole, we don't sell just components. We sell the components plus the wiring kits to make all this stuff happen. So it doesn't really matter if there's a discontinued line of Magna it's probably Magnum, most likely.
I think Magnum, yeah.
Yeah, Magnum inverters from RVs. If there's a Magnum inverter in there, ultimately, that doesn't really matter. And so our systems are going to just integrate with that just seamlessly. We've installed these systems. We have an installation shop up in Oregon where we're installing stuff as fast as we can get people on the schedule. And so, realistically, that already exists. So, sort of that someone will come up with the upgrade path. That's us. Ta-da! We have that available. So, if you need something like that for your system, if you've got a Magnum inverter that's failing and you're trying to figure out how to upgrade, replace, etc., just shoot us a message. There's a couple ways you can get a hold of us. Get that done today. Then go ahead and go to shop.explorist.life and then go to get a quote. And then it's going to ask you some questions. It should take about 5 minutes to fill out this quote. You don't have to have any kind of technical knowledge to fill out this quote. That's not a thing you need. Or you can go to contact and then support. And then ultimately it ends up in the same spot, just ones with more information, ones with less information. And then you just reach out to us and then we can get you what you need. If you're trying to get that during this Black Friday sale that's going on now, go ahead and hit us up and let us know what you're after, and we can put together a kit that's going to handle that upgrade path just fine.
Cool. Our customer service team is crushing it right now, and they are.
Are they taking over my tickets?
They're taking over tickets quicker than I can read them to us. They haven't taken over your tickets. They might have been taking over your tickets. I think they're just balancing out because you and I haven't been closing our own tickets.
Oh, while we're doing this. I haven't had time to look at my.
No, I've been looking at yours.
Well, thank you for that.
But I don't. Let's see. I have one that. Oh no, we already did that one. Just kidding.
Dreamwriter brought up the point that he had the problem with the Magnum inverter. Since Magnum and Xantrex only works with Firefly systems, yeah, that's totally true. And I think I remember your inquiry. I think you were talking to CJ about it. I think CJ looped me in at some point in time onto that one. And yeah, typically what we do in a system like that where Magnum has this sort of proprietary, for lack of a better word, system integration with the OEM electrical system, is we allow that to just stay as is. And then we add the Victron system, and then that's going to function as its own separate independent system. And the Firefly system that's connected to the Magnum, it doesn't even know that it exists. For all the Magnum and Firefly system knows, it's connected to shore power. And shore power, quote unquote, is the Victron system. And it's the off-grid electrical system, and it's just going to power. So basically it just takes over. The Victron system, it just basically, it's like, hey, you don't need to worry about that. You're on shore power. Just pretend you're on shore power. I'll handle it. That's what the Victron system does to the RV electrical system. So it says, take my hand. Come on. We're going. And then that's it. And the Magnum system doesn't even know, but it doesn't need to.
Okay. Are we ready for another one?
Ready.
Or do we have more questions?
I'm just monitoring this one. Okay, that's it.
Cool. Okay, Matt is asking for a full system quote for their travel trailer project. 30 amp travel trailer, has an air conditioner, wants a 3 kVA inverter, not sure about solar panels, wants a 24 volt system and voltage is non-negotiable. Desired charging sources is shore only. And their budget is $3,000.
Let's see what we can do. How big of an inverter?
3 kVA.
3 kVA.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, and no solar charging. So this sounds like you're probably just driving from campground to campground, maybe an overnight stay at somewhere off grid before you get to the next campground, I imagine.
Oh. This person is in the chat. Not a full system. Don't do that quote. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Got it. All right. Matt, I am going to reply to your email, but I'll wait for you to get us more information on that one.
Yeah, because right off the bat, if somebody were to give us a quote about that, I would be thinking that that's one of those ones where like you primarily spend your time in campgrounds, but then you want a little bit of extra battery capacity and want to be able to power your outlets and stuff like that, on an overnight stay or as you're driving down the road and that kind of stuff. But if that's not the case, yeah. Mr. Roboto says, how far are you scheduling out? I am from New Hampshire, so getting out of this area takes time. Yeah, that totally makes sense. We are, I'm not sure when our earliest available time is. Christmas? Maybe?
I'm sorry.
For
installation.
Installation services.
Yeah, we have some for December. So probably within the next... if you look at our installation calendar, that is up to date. And I believe we have some...
So shop.explorers.life and then going to services, installations, give it a scroll. Availability calendar. Wait. Oh, there it goes. I just took it a second. So calendar is up to date. So yeah, we actually have a lot. We're a little slow right now. So we've got a little bit of we've got some availability throughout all of December.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, looks like we've got drop dates.
Yeah. December 22nd, I will caveat that with December 22nd. If you want to drop off that date, we'll need to keep it through the next week as well, because our team is off on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So the 24th and 25th we're off. And our installation shop is closed on Fridays, so they'd only be working on your camper for 2 days.
Yeah. So shop.explorers.life/installations, and you can grab any of these spots, sort of with that caveat that 22nd would be a short week, so they wouldn't be able to finish it up in 1 week. Yeah, that's that. Let me drop this in the chat. Why did I put my keyboard so far away? Can it come closer? Oh, it's because my cord's too short.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Don't knock your coffee cup off.
Okay, that's better. Ish. What was he doing? Oh, yeah, dropping that link. Okay, here's a link for installation services.
Okay.
Alrighty. Perfect. Do you have another cart builder? You want me to handle questions?
I think questions, but I was also just going back to Mr. Robato's question. I think it was the opposite. Not how soon can we get to it, but how far out can we schedule? But I mean, we can. That calendar goes quite a ways. I think we just got somebody last week that booked for like June of next year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we can schedule out quite a ways.
Now I will say, so we are raising prices on installations for 2026.
Yes.
Just trying to keep up with inflation and make sure everybody gets raises and stuff like that. And we are raising prices for 2026. But if you book during 2025, then if you book in 2025 for a 2026 installation, then you get to book at 2025 prices, and then we'll handle your installation whenever it makes sense for you. So, just a heads up.
Cool. Big Run Bob asked, why can't 305 amp hours of battery bank support a Victron MultiPlus 12 volt 3K?
Yeah, so the question here comes down to, why does the battery bank amp hours matter when it comes to how big of an inverter can you power? And if you go to any of our inverter chargers, let's see here. Where's a 3K? Here's a 3K. So if you go to any of our inverter chargers, we've got a note on here that says,
I think it's
yep,
down.
right in
Yeah.
here. So in the description here, it says, note the minimum battery size for this inverter charger to work properly is 400 amp hours. And there's a couple reasons for that. The first reason, and the least technical reason, is because Victron says so. In the user manual for the MultiPlus 3K, it says that a minimum of 400 amp hours is required. Now, why does it say that? Because I know you guys don't like just taking what the manufacturers say as ultimate truth, which is, I mean, that's a good idea. But the reason is because with less than a 400 amp hour battery bank, the chances that the BMS would be able to sustain that 250 amp output of a 3 kVA or of a 3000 watt inverter at 12 volts, because 3000 watts divided by 12 volts is 250 amps. The chances that if you had like a 100 amp hour battery or a 200 or 300 amp hour battery, the chances get smaller that your BMSs are going to be able to sort of keep up with that, depending on what batteries you chose. The secondary, and it's like, well, I've got 399 amp hours of battery bank capacity, and so my BMSs will be able to handle that. It's like, well, okay. If you have less than 400 amp hours of battery bank capacity, you're sort of pushing your batteries to their electrical chemistry limits, and it's going to introduce some resistance into the system just by proxy of pushing those batteries closer to their limit. And that introduces DC ripple into the system, and this is the biggest reason why Victron has this note in their user manuals, is because they have to keep DC ripple to an absolute minimum in order for their 5-year warranty to sort of be where it is. If people are undersizing the battery bank on purpose, it introduces DC ripple into the system, which is hard on all of the components in the entire system. And when Victron offers a 5-year warranty, that's extendable to 10 years or whatever the case is, they need to be 100% confident that their equipment's going to last that long, or at least make the best shot of lasting that whole long. That's just sort of the business gamble that they take in offering such a lengthy warranty. And so that's sort of a couple of the reasons why the battery bank, has to be at least a certain size. The other part about that is if you have 3,000 watts of loads, I mean, realistically, you need to have 400 amp hours of battery at an absolute minimum. Otherwise, you're just going to drain that battery bank so fast, it's not even going to be worth it. So that's the other part. So a couple of reasons there. All right, let's see. Mountain Slider had a good question here. Do we want to hit this one, or
Sure.
do we want to? Let's see.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know that Mountain Slider. I don't know that you put in a support inquiry. If you did, just let me know in the chat. But I'd like to just address your question real quick, because that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So your question was, you're building an Expedition truck built out on your site using the 24 volt system with a 5K inverter. Do you offer one that's 48 volts? And is there a good reason to go with one over the other? Thanks. So a couple reasons here, and let's see what's actually available. So if you go to shop by application, expedition truck.
The 48 volt systems aren't there for
Yep.
those just yet.
So we have these expedition truck systems here, but we have to be 100% transparent that the expedition truck category, the schoolie category, and the camper van category, it's all 100% electrically the same. And the only reason we did that is because we know that you guys with expedition trucks, we know you guys don't like being called van lifers. And so that's why we did that. Am I wrong?
Nope.
I've been to Overland Expo. I know how those expedition truck guys are. We'll be part of the van crowd. Anyway, not just playing there, but seriously. Okay, so if you go to here under the van section, and then you scroll down to explore more 48 volt. Explore more is our line of systems that has the 5 kVA inverter in it. And then the Explorer More, the 48 volt is just the option of battery bank system. So yeah, if you go to shop by application, camper van, customizable electrical systems, and then you go to Explore More 48 volt, and then it's just the same builder. So that's pretty much that. Same as everything else you're seeing. So different batteries in there. So rack style batteries there. Not too many options, but there's options. Okay. If you want us to help you with that cart, it sounds like if you've already got a cart sort of made and everything, it sounds like you might be able to handle it. But otherwise, very happy to sort of build that out for you and explore those options. If you need any assistance, just head on over to the chat bubble that should be right down here that sometimes doesn't show up depending on what page you're on, which is kind of weird, but I'll look into that later. And then alternatively, you can go up here to contact support and then just fill out this form, and that's going to get you what you need. So, yeah, Steph just dropped the link. Okay.
I think we have a little bit of a lull here.
What
do you
deal?
say we either take a break?
Quick break, lunch,
Yep.
and then back at it.
Yeah.
Can we have 10 minutes?
Yeah.
5 to 10. We'll eat fast. In the meantime, if there's anything any of you guys need, just drop it in the chat. I've got I don't know what happened to our sort of live streaming platform, but the chat's keeping up pretty good. So typically it doesn't work that good, but it's working really good today. I don't know how delayed it is.
It's
But
not
yeah.
very delayed, no, because I've got it pulled up live on my laptop.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. And if you have any questions or if you want carts built, if you have just general inquiry questions, just drop them in the chat. But if you want carts made, then head over to shop.explorist.life. And then there's a chat bubble in the bottom right in most cases. And if that's not there, just go up to contact and then support. It's going to do the same thing. It goes to the same spot, and then put your inquiry in there. And then let us know you've put in a cart request in the chat. That way we can go ahead and address that just live on the chat since you guys are tuning in. We sure do appreciate everybody tuning in. Looks like we got Scott's order handled, and he's placed his order.
Nice.
So he can go enjoy his Black Friday weekend and do all the other things he needs to do. Okay, we will be back shortly. This weekend only at shop.explorist.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorer's Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorist.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale.
your electrical gear from EXPLORIST.life, you get something the big online retailers can't provide: complimentary tech support from the same experts who design and install these systems every day. But if you already bought your gear somewhere else and still need help, no problem. Our Pro Support membership gives you that same expert guidance regardless of where you purchased your gear. So whether you're troubleshooting, wiring, or just double checking your setup, we've got your back. Sign up today at shop.explorist.life/Pro Support membership.
Welcome back. We have had lunch and we are fueled up, partially hydrated, and ready to go. Trying to do better about drinking also water and not just
Water,
coffee.
Not just coffee. I almost grabbed my Celsius and then was like, I should have something other than caffeine.
Yeah. I don't think I have any energy drinks.
You do. You have a Monster in there.
Hell yeah. It's a white Monster? Hell yeah. Okay. That's good. I think I'm good for now, though. Just got a turkey sandwich with some cranberry sauce.
So good.
Yeah, it was delicious. Is my mic facing the wrong direction? Sorry. Okay. Back at it. I just dropped that commercial break on you guys because somebody was asking in the chat if we could have some more information about memberships. So we do offer a support membership, and I kind of want to give a little bit of overview of what that is. If you want to check that out and kind of follow along, you can go to shop.explorist.life/pro support membership. Grace just dropped a link to that in the chat there on YouTube. And here is what this is. So it's broken up into 3 different tiers. So I've got a silver plan, a gold plan, and a platinum plan, and they all come with their own like perks. So what most people, join up with these on is to get access to our tech support team. And if you buy your components from us, and I think this is really important, so I'm going to get out of the screen share. If you buy your components from us, you get complimentary tech support from us. I'm not going to sell you a part and then say, well, good luck. Like that's best of luck to you. Like that's not how we operate. If you buy your stuff through us, we're going to give you complimentary tech support. It's not additional. You don't have to have a membership. It's just, we sell you the component and then you've got access to our tech support team. That's just how we do business. Now, if you've purchased elsewhere, if you've purchased from Amazon, if you've purchased from another dealer, if you've bought your components on Facebook Marketplace or whatever the case is, and then you're like, hey, I am having a problem with my solar charge controller. I saw that you offer pricing the exact same as Amazon, but ultimately, I just really like Bezos, and I just wanted to support his business instead of yours, but can you help me out anyway? Well, yes, we can for a fee. And if you go to explorist.life/support, this is how you access our tech support if you've purchased elsewhere. And additionally, to just access to our support membership, we've got a whole bunch of other services. And so usually people who purchased elsewhere and then come to us for help with the systems they've purchased elsewhere, typically are just needing the support access. And so we've got the silver plan, which does handle that. I'm not sure where that is here it is. Priority support right there. Now, if you have purchased your system from shop.explorist.life, you get complimentary support. That's like I said, that's just how we do business. But within the Pro Support membership, we've got some additional services that you would also probably find helpful. And in that, those are all listed over here. So for example, in-person system safety checks, system upgrade checks, remote firmware updates, settings checks, free done-for-you system programming. So that's something that costs $100 just at checkout. And it says $129 there. I think we meant to put that at $129. You guys are getting a deal.
Nope, that's if you purchase it after. So if you purchase it
Oh,
at
right.
checkout with your components, it's $99. If you purchase it afterwards, it is $129.
Yep. And all of these other features and services specifically are included with the Pro Support membership. It is a monthly payment that you get access to all of these services for, as well as our tech support team. And it is a 12-month commitment. And so, yes, this is pretty inexpensive at $39 a month, but you can't pay just 1 month. That's really not enough for us to be able to afford to offer this service. So we do ask that you stay on board for a full 12 months, and then you can keep going if you're still needing the support, or you can cancel out after that 12 months. And so that rounds out to just shy of 2 hours worth of personalized consulting is sort of how we price that out. So that is the EXPLORIST.life Pro Support membership. And if you want to check out more information about that, shop.explorist.life/pro support membership. I think it's actually pretty appropriate for both customers and non-customers alike. And you can join that at any point in time. It's not like a car insurance kind of thing where you have to buy it at checkout no, it's just, it's available and it's there for you if you feel like you need those services or if you need access to our tech support team. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
I always feel like I misdeliver that, because I don't want people thinking that if they purchase this $10,000 electrical system from us, then they have to join up the membership to get at, for us to answer questions.
No. To answer questions, we definitely will, we will answer all of your questions for you if you've purchased from us. That is included with every single purchase. With the Pro Support membership, though, that's not to say that those of you who've purchased a $10,000 system from us shouldn't purchase this membership. There are plenty of other perks that are in addition to the support.
Yeah. We tried to make it worth it for everybody.
Yeah. I think that quarterly system analysis and monitoring and stuff like that is super beneficial, especially if you've paid $10,000 for an electrical system. You want to make sure it runs correctly.
Yeah, or if with the proactive system monitoring or whatever we ended up calling it, we'll put your system on a high alert tier of the VRM portal, and then if you get a warning or something like that, we're going to get a notification, and then hopefully we'll know it before you do, and then we'll be able to shoot you a message, say, hey, here's this thing, here's what's going wrong, here's how to fix it, or more likely than not, hey, you're getting an alert, here's what it means, and you can just ignore it. Just go ahead and clear it out. So either way. Okay.
Cool.
Questions here. What we got here. Oh, Grace. Yeah. Grace brought up a great point in the chat there. Early access to deals. So we don't do hardly any sales, but when we do, Pro Support members get access to these sales. We are going to try to offer more sales next year, but it's only going to be available to our Pro Support members.
Yep.
So that's another perk. So if you want to save some money.
Yep. Our members got early access to our Black Friday sales, so they started being able to see and purchase our Black Friday sales last Friday.
Yep.
So those of you that are emailing in asking for us to have honored the Black Friday sales when you purchased last week, if you were a Pro Support member, we would have.
Yep, you would have gotten it.
But otherwise, no.
and then you would have gotten a discount on your products, and your order would have been out the door already.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, selling point. Good job, Grace. That's why you're in charge of marketing.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's see here.
What other questions do we have in chat?
I saw there was 2 of them. So there's one right before we left. I was giving my sign off to go to lunch as this one came across. Dan was asking a tech support question about his DC to DC charger. So Dan, go ahead and reach out to us. This is a tech support question. Go ahead and reach out to us at over here, shop.explorist.life /support, or navigate to, what the heck, why isn't that dropping down? Shop.explorist.life /support, and then put your inquiry in there. and then we'll be able to troubleshoot that. We can get some pictures and check your settings and all that kind of stuff. This live chat's a little different than most of our live because we're not really handling tech support inquiries on this live chat since our Black Friday sale is going on and all that kind of stuff. I want to make sure that's the biggest inquiry thing that we've got going on here, but we still want to handle that question and make sure that your DC to DC charger is working. So just drop us a line at shop.explorist.life/support and we'll be able to handle that there. So, okay, let's see here. I was like scrolled up in our chat and I was like, that guy already asked that exact same question, did I not? And we talked about it for 20 minutes. Guys, I just have to keep scrolling. Let's see here. What do we got here?
Let's see. There was. Yeah, that one's good.
Yeah. So question here. Let's see. CJ Jill Zine.
I'm sorry. What?
Screen name.
Oh.
CJG. Now that's CJ Jill Zine. 8866. Ask, what are your thoughts on the RedArc BCDC Alpha 50 12 volt 50 amp DC to DC battery chargers? So we actually have the 100 amp version of that available in our store, and we love it. We've been speccing it out, for the last 2 or 3 weeks. We put out a couple videos about it. We've got wiring kits available for it. We think it's a great device. For the 50 amp version, I hate to be like this, but if you're going to get that device, just get the 100 amp version. And like we've already got the wiring kit available for it. Mm-hmm. It's not really that much physically larger or anything like that. And then you're going to get double the amount of charging out of it, which means it's going to charge your batteries twice as fast. So I'm sure the 50 amp version is great, but we just haven't had enough interest in the 50 amp version to carry it in our store. We can special order it for you if you really want to go that direction. But goodness gracious, I think if you're going to go the 50 amp version of the BCDC Alpha 50, let's just go ahead and do the 100. I mean, unless you have a small alternator or something like that. Yeah, I think that's the way. We can get you either. Happy to sell you either. But I think that future yourself is going to be happy with current time yourself if you just go ahead and do the upgrade to 100 amps. It just usually makes a lot more sense since you're already in there doing it. Buy once, cry once. All right, what else we got here? Jeff asked, do I need to buy a dongle to program the Multiplus 2? I plan to have a Servo GX with a touchscreen. No. Well,
yes and no.
Yes and no. So if you already have, if you're going to do a Servo, whenever you go through our checkout process, let's share this here. When you're going through our cart building process and you are on application, it doesn't really matter which one we select. Let's just say it's a van because it's all the same on all of them. You go to base kit here. So whenever you're under your base kit and you've got your selection for your Multiplus, why is this still spinning? Okay. You got your Multiplus right here. Go ahead and select the full system remote programming. And then what that's going to do is whenever we send out your system, we're going to send out your Multiplus unprogrammed. And you're going to go ahead and install your system, install your Multiplus, install your Servo GX. And then you're going to reach out to us and say, hey, my system is up and running. I need system programming. I purchased full system remote programming. Can we get that started? We're going to send you a little bit of information on how to connect your Servo to the internet. We've got a little guide for that. And then we are going to handle the programming of your Multiplus and all of your Victron components within your whole system, so you don't even have to worry about it. That's priced, if you buy it while you're building out your system here, it's priced at $99. But if you didn't want to take advantage of that, you're still going to need that dongle like you talked about, which is $60. So you're sort of only spending $40 for us to do all the labor on that and make sure it's done right. So yes and no. If you want to take advantage of this, then you don't need to purchase this dongle. But if you don't want to take advantage of the full system programming, you would have to purchase that dongle. So What else? What else? Emmanuel asked, what distance can 5VA cover when supplying power? So realistically, that's going to be like 3 heavy power users. So two easily. So if you got an air conditioner and you want to run your coffee maker at the same time, it's going to cover that without any problem. And then all your additional loads, depending on your coffee maker, depending on the air conditioner, all that kind of stuff, 3 kVA might struggle. If you have 2 of the really high powered devices, but usually, rule of thumb there is 2 kVA is 1 high powered device. 3 kVA is 2 high powered devices. And then 5 kVA is 2 plus any small things or 3 high powered devices in general. So that's kind of our rule of thumb ballpark on those. So actually, if you, with that question, I think it would be pretty useful if you cruise over to shop.explorist.life and hit get a quote, and then it's going to ask you some questions. That one of them is, what do you plan on powering? And then it's going to let you sort of click some buttons, and it's going to tell us what you want to power, and then we can sort of design your quote around that, and we can make that judgment call on if you need a 3 kVA or a 5 kVA system based on those needs, and then also based on your budget and everything like that. So, and then we can go from there. Okay, did I catch up from our lunch break?
I think so.
Nice.
I think that was lost.
Do we have a cart to build?
We do, yes. Let's see. Okay. What we have here is Matt has a 24 volt, building a 24 volt system for his 2017 Keystone Cougar 30 amp travel trailer. He did add the model number.
Is the LXV 726?
24 SAB.
Oh, that one's pretty good too.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
I always find it funny when people add the model number. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Steph and I make fun of the subcategories of model numbers all the time. Like it's the Ford F-350 King Lariat Ranch Platinum denim package. Like,
Denim
like,
package.
what is? That's a good idea, actually.
I don't know that is. Can you imagine how bad that would smell after a while? Like,
Oh, we just call it that when the Super Duty Platinum doesn't have actual platinum on it.
Anyway.
If it was blue carbon fiber, it'd look like denim. That's kind of funny.
I thought you meant with like denim seats and instead of like the leather.
So we could do that. Remember Grace's Carhartt seat covers?
No. Moving on.
What are we talking about?
30 amp travel trailer, 24 volt system.
All right.
I already have 3 eco-worthy 24 volt 100 amp hour batteries purchased for the system. Currently, I only want to build out the system for using shore power / portable generator for boondocking, no alternator charging. I will add a solar system probably summer of 2026. I did a power audit using your spreadsheet, but I think it was only for 12 volt and got confused. So I just want to confirm my cart before spending more money, and would like to take advantage of the Black Friday deals. Okay.
So they probably already got a cart made.
Yep, they do have a cart made.
Do we
Sorry,
have
I keep moving away from my.
What
is this thing called?
Your
Microphone.
your mount is so far away.
I know. I noticed that earlier. I was like, "How are you sitting so far back?" But it's because my mic is mounted so far back.
Moved the mount closer.
Well,
I'll fix it on our next break.
I didn't think about that. Okay. Hold on. I have too many incognito windows open, and they just keep adding to each other. Okay. Should I send you this cart, or are you just going to build?
I could just build it from scratch.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that, or do you want me to fix? Or I just assumed that there was something messed up. I don't know. I feel like I'm just in that I'll just start over kind of thing.
I think you should build it from scratch.
Okay.
And I'll make notes of what this person needs to change because I do already see some mistakes in there. So,
And then we can just take what they've got and then remake it.
Yep.
And then go from there. Okay.
Yep. So we've got a 30 amp
Bless you. Let me clear
Sorry.
this card out.
a 30 amp travel trailer is what I was trying to say.
Stand by. I'm clearing out this previous cart.
That does go a lot slower when we're streaming, doesn't it?
Yeah. I need to pull up my system monitor. My fans aren't going too crazy. Okay. Cart is cleared. All right, so we need to do a travel trailer. So we're doing shop.explorist.life. We're doing
Can you share your screen?
Oh, right. All right, shop.explorers.life. We're going to shop. We're going to shop by application. We're going to tow behind camper, customizable electrical systems. What shore power do we have?
30 amp.
30 amp shore power. We got a 24 volt system.
24 volt system.
They want to have a 24 volt system.
They already bought 24 volt batteries.
They've
so
already
yes.
purchased 24 volt batteries. Not from us, unfortunately. But that's okay. We can supply the rest of the system. All right. 3 of them.
3 of them.
So
they're
we're in a 3
3
kVA, 3 kVA inverter. Okay. So here's where we are here. So kind of sounds like they're probably wanting to go a full DIY.
Full DIY. Yep.
Yeah. So we're going to supply the wires uncrimped and they can crimp them themselves to length. So we're going to do multi-plus 24 3K.
Yep. And it looks like they actually want the multi-plus 2, so the alternate version.
Okay. So they're just 2 different options of inverters here. And, realistically, the only difference in the 2 inverters, for the most part, they're pretty close in price. No, not really. They're like $200 difference, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But this one's a little shorter and this one's a little taller.
Mm-hmm.
So this one usually fits a little better in a lot of applications. But if you have the vertical room, this is a little less expensive version. So
Yeah.
that's what.
If you're putting a system like under a bed in a travel trailer or under like the bench seat in a van or anything like that, like that's why we have the older version of the multi-plus, because it's shorter as the default. The multi-plus 2 is just taller. It's taller and narrower. But
Yep.
yeah. So it's kind of I think we're probably about 50-50 now on the shorter one used to be by far the most popular. But I think we're getting into like 50-50 now. And I think that $200 price difference is a big reason for that.
That's true.
You know?
I guess we need to I need to keep this in mind when we're trying to do
More budget systems.
like as cheap as possible system.
Yep.
That's a good way to shave off $200.
Yeah. Well, and for you guys that are listening, like if, excuse me, if you have the flexibility on location, there's no reason not to go with the multi-plus 2.
Yeah.
It's $200 cheaper.
Electrically, it's nearly identical. So okay, so we're going to do we have a budget on this one? Do we have?
We don't have a budget, but since they sent us a cart initially, it was their initial cart was $2,100.
Okay, and probably no servo in that regard.
No servo. Nope.
Okay, so we are going to pre-program this inverter for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've got eco-worthy batteries or something like that.
Eco-worthy, so we'll do the other / semi-universal.
Yep. And then keep in mind that programming for this is the same price as if we were to program it for you if you had a Servo GX. So, but since there's no Servo GX in this system that they've sent over, then we don't kind of have that option available to us because then we can't access the system remotely. So inverter charger wiring kit, just one of those. Battery bank wiring kit. So they have 3 batteries.
3 batteries.
So they need 2 batteries or 2 battery bank wiring kits.
Yes.
One to go from battery 1 to 2, and then another one to go from battery 2 to 3.
Yep.
And they're 24-volt batteries.
Yes.
So they don't need a 12-volt charger.
Nope.
So Link's distributor, probably just one.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to leave this off because we're not doing a battery bank relocation kit. They will need the splice box. They will need this. Is that a big camper? How long do we go on this? 40 feet? Let's do 40 feet.
Let's see. What did they on the splice box? They had it at 20 feet.
They had it at 20.
Mm-hmm.
I forget that you're looking at their cart.
Yeah, I'm looking at their card.
Okay, chassis ground wiring kit. 1 wiring diagram. 1.
They did want the
Nope.
practice crimp kit too.
Okay. Dang, I just got to slow down, huh? Do. Practice crimp kit.
Yep.
Add monitoring. BNV 712.
BMV 712.
Okay. All the defaults are fine there.
Mm-hmm.
Add batteries.
No batteries.
No batteries. So if they were buying the batteries from us, we would be supplying. I'd be recommending.
I'd be going with
Just one of these probably.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then you can get rid of both of your battery bank wiring kits.
Yeah, that would save a little money too.
Yeah.
And then it's also going to be like smaller on a footprint perspective. So that's definitely what I would do if they were purchasing batteries from us. But since they're not, we're going to leave it off. No add batteries. Add a roof solar array.
They don't want solar.
No solar. Bloop. Ground deploy solar.
Don't want any solar.
Anti-solar. Okay. Add alternator charger.
No alternator charging currently.
No alternator charging. Just getting from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
That can't be right.
What happened?
What happened? What did we do?
I think you didn't put the inverter
Oh,
in there.
I think you're
Yep.
right.
There's no inverter in that kit.
Oops. Okay.
You have to change it to quantity 1.
There we go. That would have been a heck of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wait a second.
was
The
like,
whole,
how did
whole
that
card is
happen?
the same as the Multiplus. So $2,100 pre-sale.
Uh-huh.
And then after the sale prices have been applied, let's see, we are sitting at view cart. And as a refresher, the current Black Friday sale is buy the component, get the wiring kit for 25% off. So all the Victron components are 15% off just by nature at the moment. So you buy those Victron components at 15% off, and then you're getting the wiring kit at 25% off. So you can kind of see that here on the cart. We got the inverter charger right here, and then we've got the inverter charger wiring kit right here. And it's got strikeout here and underlined here, new price. That's the sale price. So for this project, we are coming in right at just a shade over $2,000. So $2,059.77. Is that about what they had in theirs?
That's actually less. They had $2132.92.
What did they
So-
have in theirs? So what did they overbuy?
What did they overbuy?
I like saving people money, but I also don't want to, if they needed something else. They have the other Multiplus?
No, they had the.
Longer wire? Longer, no, that wouldn't make sense. No alternator charging.
Did you hold on? Where is the 24 to 12 volt converter?
That
Oh.
is not in place because we're
Nope.
not doing a battery bank relocation
Yep.
kit.
Okay, I think that might. I don't know how they got that in their system.
We actually had a question about that in the chat right there. So why no 24 volt to 12 volt converter for this system? So for this system, we're just connecting into the basically into the shore power wire, and so the RV electrical system is going to think that it's connected to shore power all the time, and the 12 volt system is going to be powered from the converter, just the same as it always is, just from the factory. So we're going from our 24 volt system, converting that to 120 volt AC power. And then that's feeding the whole RV electrical system, which is running the converter, which is converting back down to 12 volts. So it's just such an easier way to do that. And we don't even have to like do this here. So.
Okay. So that was the difference actually, because in the default kit, there was a DC to DC converter, 24 to 12 volt. That's why.
Is this the same person in the chat?
I don't know.
Tacky Moki. Are we working on your kit? Well, if so,
yeah, you. I believe
okay.
so.
Perfect.
That was Matt.
I don't think I have a name on my end.
Well, he commented earlier.
Okay. Yeah. So I think, yeah. So in this case, then, yeah, this is all squared away. Yeah. You don't need the 24 volt to 12 volt converter because realistically this, this system is going to be wired in between your shore power inlet and your breaker box. And then your factory electrical system is just going to work, as normal. So, yep. Okay. Perfect. And share this and share this cart with you. Is that all they need is to remove the converter?
Remove the converter. And then, Matt, you also had a, let's see. You had the BMV 712 shunt mounting hardware in your kit. I know it's only $2, but still, you don't need that. That is already, that's already included in the Lynx distributor wiring kit that we have in the cart for you. And that you already had in your cart. That's already included in that. And also that one that you had in your cart is for the M8 Lynx distributor, and you have the M10 Lynx distributor. So those are different mounting. Those are different that is different mounting hardware. Gosh, I'm struggling with words. That's different mounting hardware, but it's included in your Lynx distributor wiring kit, so you can just save that $2.
Yep. Save the $2. Nice. Okay, cool. Sounds like we're sorted in that regard. BKA, thanks for the feedback. You said what you're doing for this purchase is a great way to get an order sorted for one's needs, discount, and support all at one time. Plus, others are seeing how it's done for their own needs. Kudos. Thanks. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
We needed to hear that.
Yes.
We hope this stuff is kind of useful and beneficial and stuff like that. Sometimes it's easy to just get on the camera and sort of run through the screen share of all this kind of stuff and then send it over. We did, that's something that, has come up recently is, we don't offer phone support because a lot of times it leads to a lot of confusion and stuff like that. We had a guy yesterday that he was asking if we could, just take his order over the phone. And, from my perspective, whenever we build an order over the phone and I'm like, yeah, you need a multiplus and a multiplus wiring kit and an RJ45 cable and a dongle and a this and a that. And it's going to be $5,000. And like, well, here's my credit card. It's like, I don't feel like that's very transparent nor safe. And so we don't really even offer that. And so it's nice to be able to sort of, get everybody's questions handled at the same time and get the cart sent back over to you. And then you can look at the cart and then make sure that it's good to go. And if you have questions, send it back over and then it's fine. It's just a more transparent way to approach this than doing phone quotes and stuff like that. So we really, really like transparency. Personally, I hate buying anything over the phone because I really like seeing a list of everything that I'm buying. A line item.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned like security, and it is incredibly insecure to give your credit card information over the phone. And we refuse to take credit cards over the phone. We, as a small business, as an e-commerce business, we deal with fraud all the time. Yeah. And we have to be able to cover ourselves that we've done our due diligence and we've made you put in the credit card information. We've made you put in your billing address, shipping address, all of that. And that kind of helps us be able to fight against fraud.
Frog protection.
And now I forgot what I was saying. Thanks a lot.
Nice.
But yeah, so we don't do that. Even if we were to give you a quote over the phone, like in the way off chance that we ever start offering phone support, we still won't take credit cards over the phone.
No.
So you're still going to have to go and check out online. It is way more secure than giving your credit card over the phone. And interestingly enough, we have a lot of people that argue that and say they don't want to give their credit card information over the internet, but they are fine with giving it over the phone, where I could just write your credit card information down and then go use it myself. Or, if we had
if it was on a sticky note and then we throw it away and then all of a sudden your credit card information is just sitting there on a sticky note in the landfill and could be picked up by whoever. We're watching out for you guys, whether you believe it or not. We'll make you jump through a couple hoops, but it's with positive intention. Okay, who's asleep out there? Who fell asleep just listening to the sultry sounds of our voices? The chat's really slowed down a lot, but we've still got like 60 people on the chat. So
I'm asleep.
Are y'all just chilling? What's going on out there? Are y'all having? Probably, I bet they all ate their second round of turkey sandwiches, and now the tryptophan's kicking in, and or they're snoozing.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at, is falling asleep at the wheel.
Well, let's check through our inboxes here and see if there's any other quotes that we can get built out and do those here. If you guys are, for the people who aren't asleep just yet, we just handled our last inquiry there in the chat, and so if you guys are sort of tuning along and you've got some, let's see, and you're wanting a quote stuff, just head on over to shop.explorist.life, and then. And then click on the get a quote function right up here. And it's going to ask you some questions, and then this will give us everything that we need to be able to build out a quote for your needs. And so go ahead and just, fill out this form right here. It's more than just your budget limits. That's not really. There's like 5 or 6 questions that it's going to ask you.
You just keep clicking next.
I do.
Just keeps showing the next one.
Yeah. And so, just fill this out, and then we can. Then we'll have everything we need to get a quote, and then let us know in the chat that you've submitted one of yours, and then that'd be good. Martin said he's building right now. Building your system, building your electrical system, or building a cart. It'd be cool if you're building your electrical system listening to this.
That would be cool. Martin, are you somebody that has submitted a?
Martin Kramer actually asked a question earlier. The screw on the smart shunt is so short that the chassis cable can't be mounted at all. With the new M10 links distributor, is simply impossible. We have other options around that. Whenever you, let's see, it kind of sounds like maybe you already have your links distributor. Is how I'm reading that. Martin, if you already have your links distributor, this kind of goes under tech support. So go ahead and head to contact support, and then fill this out right here, and then we can grab a picture of what you're looking at there, and then we can sort of help you out with that particular deal.
Yeah, it seems like you might have the M10 links distributor with the M8 links distributor wiring kit, which would indeed be incorrect.
That's true. Yeah, shoot us a message, and we can look up your order information, and then kind of give you some assistance on that. So, alrighty.
Okay, Mason. Yes, I have that one pulled up actually.
Mom is listening, and she said she's snoozing.
Nice.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Noon.
Noon nap. Okay. Are we ready for Mason's cart?
Martin just followed up. The stuff you sent me is a lot. Yeah. Ultimately, head over to shop.explorist.life/support, and then we can kind of take a look at everything you ordered and make sure that everything's going on. We can grab some pictures of what you've got going on. So that's the best way to get that kind of stuff. Okay.
Okay, so Mason has a cart built out. They're in the process of building out their first camper van. Our electrical system is 12 volt DC only. We have two 280 amp hour batteries plus 3 200 watt solar panels already purchased. We're hoping to purchase everything that goes in between from EXPLORIST.life. They shared their cart as of now. They said, we of course need a links distributor. However, we'll be purchasing on Amazon since it appears you might be out of stock. We also want to add shore power, but not exactly sure where to start. We appreciate some guidance. Okay, so
first and foremost, out of stock.
We are definitely not out of stock of links distributors.
We are
a whole pallet full of them.
We are swimming in links distributors. I'm not sure why it's saying we're out of stock, unless you're looking at the links distributor M8.
And if you're looking at the links distributor M8, I would highly caution you to not get the links distributor M8 and go with the links distributor M10 instead.
Yep. Links distributor M8 is being discontinued. We've already sold out. We're no longer making wiring kits for it. Just go with the M8. We have the wiring kit for it. We have them in stock. We're good to go in that regard.
Yeah. Okay, so looks like you've kind of got just a smattering of items in your cart currently.
Pull this one up. Oops.
Are you able to pull it up on that screen?
Yeah, I can do that. You can just share because you've got the cart, right? So you just share the cart.
Yep.
With me. What are all the numbers?
121 096. Cool. Okie dokie.
This is Mason.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Right? That is the right one? Yes, it is. Okay.
Did he so he's got a van build. Okay. And he filled out the survey.
No, this is a general inquiry rather than a quote inquiry. So not the full thing, but he gave us enough information.
Okay, sweet.
And he's in the chat, so.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a camper van, 12 volt DC only.
Okay.
No inverter.
Oh, I see.
Two 280 amp hour batteries and 3 200 watt solar panels. So 560 amp hours of batteries and 600 watts of panels.
Okay.
Okay. And they want shore power as well, but no inverter. So
we should do the Explorer Mini.
We could do the Explorer Mini. We could do the Explorer Mini without the
Phoenix.
Without the Phoenix. Let's see.
Because that would get them shore power. That get them DC to DC charging. How much solar?
600 watts.
That would work.
I think that would work. 2 or 6. No. Words. 3 200 watt panels would be on a 150.
Mm-hmm. If they're just 12 volt nominal panels.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so
yeah.
Can you share the?
I like that. Can I clear this cart? I think because you got it on your side. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, that one's going to be difficult.
Oh, this is going to take here. Hang on a second. 0, 0, 0. Oh my gosh.
I can hit tab for you. Okay, Mason, we are going to rebuild this cart for you, and we'll do this obviously live. But I think this is going to be significantly less expensive if we do it this way.
Yeah, and just easier from an installation perspective.
And way easier from an installation.
Because you've in your battery bank wiring kit, you got 4-aught wire in there, and You definitely don't need that. And you actually don't even have to spend the money on that big $150 crimper that you need to do 4-aught wire if
Right.
you go with this other way that we're going to show
Because
you.
the Mini only uses 6-gauge wire. You also don't need a links
You don't
distributor.
need a links distributor, so that's going to save you $100 or so.
Yeah, we'll use the Blue Sea Safety Hub instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This one will be fun.
Yeah.
So we're starting with Mason's cart is currently at $1,479.80. So let's see what we can
Get this down
build, because I think we can do it for significantly cheaper.
Yeah, maybe so. Okay, so we're going to shop. We're going to shop by application. We're going to van is fine. Customizable. Do we have that in here?
Yep. Down. You
Oh,
keep
there it
passing
is.
it.
Explore Mini. Explore Mini.
You're not screen
Oh my
sharing.
gosh, Nate.
Okay, we're apparently getting tired.
Okay, Nate. Here we go. Okay, so we're at shop.explorist.life. We're going to shop. We're going to shop by application. We're going to camper van. We're going to customizable electrical systems. We're scrolling down. We're going to Explore Mini. The Explorer Mini is a system that is based 100% around 6-gauge wire. And so it's less expensive because wire is less expensive at 6-gauge than it is at 4-aught. And then also you don't have to, the crimper to do all the insulated terminals for this system is, I don't know exactly how much it is. We don't sell it, but we can point you in the right direction for it. But it's like $40.
Yeah, I was going to say 30.
$30.
It's 30 or $40.
So that's going to immediately save you $120 right off the bat. And so the Explorer Mini is set up to use nothing but 6-gauge wire. It doesn't use a links distributor. It does have an inverter, but we can opt out of that since you don't want that. So we're going to start with our base kit here. So we've got our primary kits here. So it's got the wires, the lugs, the ferrules, the fuses, all that kind of stuff. You don't want an inverter, and so we're going to drop that off. Instead of the links distributor, we're going to opt for the smaller Blue Sea System Safety Hub for $116 versus the $200 plus for the links distributor. This is going to handle shore power charging from the Blue Smart IP22 and then your diagram. For monitoring, we only have the singular option for the most. Well, we have two options. We've got the Smart Shunt 500 amp. Did he have a BMV 712 in there?
He did have a BMV 712.
So let's give you the BMV 712, and that gives you that nice faceplate that you can mount on the wall for that. Batteries. Did he already have batteries?
He already has batteries. Yep. He
Okay.
has two 280 watt or 280 amp hour. Doesn't say what brand, but
I don't think it
doesn't
really matter. But if he's already got those and they're already 12-volt batteries, that's fine. Okay. And then so we have to do a little finagling here because he needs a bigger charge controller.
Yep.
But that doesn't really matter. So I'm actually going to drop this off. Everything else remains the same. And we have how many solar panels? 3?
3 but he's already purchased them.
Okay.
So we can drop
So
that to
they would
0.
be these would be 3. And big caveat here is your solar panels. They have to be 12-volt nominal panels. So the open circuit voltage needs to be about 20 volts. If they're nominal 24-volt panels, this isn't going to work. And you have to let us know, and we can figure out a new solution.
Drop those brackets off too.
Drop the back brackets. Alternator charger. Yep. Okay, Orion XS. Good to go there.
Yep.
Yeah, and Grace just dropped a link for the videos. Here, there's Grace.
Yep.
And then here's your shore power inlet that your charger is going to connect to, and then 12-volt branch circuit wiring kit. So this is going to give you everything you need to do the USB outlets and 12-volt outlets and stuff like that. My voice is getting gravelly. Okay, review and purchase. Yeah, we'll leave that on, right?
Yeah, leave that on. He didn't have it in his initial one, but
I'm going to guess he didn't know it existed because it's kind of an obscure kit to get to.
Yeah.
If you're kind of piecing everything together. So this gets you everything. And then we drop the MPPT 130 off. And then so we need to go add the charge controller. Where's our charge controllers?
Under solar charge controllers.
Oh.
The very next one down.
I was looking for MPPT.
Why is that not giving a discount?
So we need to figure that out. Huh? Okay, and we're adding the 150 to your kit. Wiring doesn't change. The wiring doesn't matter in this regard because the wiring kit for the MPPT 130 and the 150 is the exact same. Okay, Mason said that we have the Renogy 200 watt Shadow Fox anti-shading N-type solar panel. 12 volt.
Fox. That says Shadow Flux.
Shadow Flux. Shadow Fox. Star Fox. Do a barrel roll. Yeah, so if those are 12 volt panels, then this is going to work just fine for this. Okay, so we've got our charge controller in there now. And then, yeah, you're saying that it's not adding.
Yeah, it's not adding the discount for some reason, so give me 1 second and I will figure that out.
You're going to fix it. Fix it on the fly.
Fix it on the fly.
Yeah, I think this is going to work out better for your needs. It's going to be a more start to finish system. Going to be more compact and everything like that. So, but at the max before the discounts on it, we're at 1,600.
Oh, well, duh. That's why. Explore Mini.
If anybody else has any questions while Steph is sort of sorting out the back into that, that's what you get with live stuff. Actually, this is like really helpful. We should definitely I feel like these live streams like this let us sort of uncover like any kind of problems with the checkout, like
They really do.
what is giving discounts, what's not giving discounts, anything like that. So
I don't know. This is telling me that the Explore Mini doesn't exist. So that's fine.
they
Can
clearly
you scroll up on that page? What is it called?
Explore Mini
Overland
Van. Explore Mini, not minivan.
Minivan.
Explore Mini Van Electrical System Wiring Kit.
Doot, doot, doot. Enable. Save. Refresh and see if that worked.
Here's the hoping.
No. Oh, wait. What did it give a discount on?
Solar array wiring kit. But not the Explore Mini. Maybe we troubleshoot this.
I know.
Oh no, you got it figured out.
I know what. Yeah, I know what's happening, but we can troubleshoot.
Is it going to take you a second? You're pretty fast at it.
I don't know.
You're pretty fast at it, and nobody else is asking questions. So
Okay.
this is kind of a one-on-one session, which is fine.
I just have to figure out the product number on that because there's multiple that are called Explore Mini.
Do you want me to
Overland
open it
vehicle.
in a new window?
No, I can do it.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. If you want to answer questions or anything while I'm figuring this out.
We currently have no questions, so I'm going to put it on a be right back, and I'm going to go get a refill right here.
Okay,
And
could you
figure
give me
that
some
out,
water,
and
too?
I can get you a refill as well. Okay, we will be right back. Steph's going to troubleshoot this particular system, and we'll get this quote up and running.
Upgrade your RV or van's electrical system? EXPLORIST.life is now offering in-house custom installations in Redmond, Oregon. Whether you're improving your current setup or starting from scratch, our team builds safe, reliable, high-quality systems designed specifically for your rig. Built by pros who live and breathe off-grid power. Book your install today at shop.explorist.life/installations and get the power to explore.
only at shop.explorist.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale. And we're back. That was a speedy fix.
Yeah. I told you I just had to figure out the product number.
And once the camera turned off and you had no pressure on you,
Uh-huh.
it was immediate, pretty much.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, give us the rundown of what do we need to do to get the cart updated? Do I just need to refresh?
I already refreshed. Screen over there. Scroll up. And that discount is applied on the Explore Mini Overland wireling
Boom.
kit.
Saves what, $110?
Something like that.
Is that a 5?
That's a 5.
I can't tell.
I don't know why I'm saying I don't know.
About $100.
It looks like 99.9999.
It's not $999. That would be like the worst Black Friday sale. It's like everything store wide $999.99.
That would be a terrible sale.
That would be a terrible sale
for us.
Yeah, so I guess some things would be a great deal on, but
Mm-hmm.
okay. So here is the cart with all the updated totals on there, coming out to a total of $1,526.66.
Pennies.
Yeah, I think that's good to go.
Yep.
With the 150 in there. Anything else to add on that? I think it's pretty straightforward on that regard.
I think that's pretty straightforward. And I realized, we were comparing to the original cart of $14.79, but that didn't have a links distributor in it. It didn't have any distribution in it. So I still think that's a better deal because that would have added another $200.
$200, yeah. And then this cart has the branch circuit stuff, which is a bit over $100.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And
cool.
Tacky Mogi, which is his name was Matt. Did you say that, or did I make
Matt,
that?
yeah.
Matt, whenever you get this cart,
What did you call him?
Tacky Mochi. That's what it says. TACHI. Or I don't think it's Tachi Mochi.
No, I thought you said Takimoti.
No, Tacky. That might have been what I said, but that's not what I meant. Matt, whenever you get this cart, if you don't want
No. This is Mason's cart, not.
Oh,
not
right.
Taki's.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting people confused right here. Mason, whenever you get this cart, if you don't want the branch circuit wiring kit, you can just click that X and it'll drop that off of there. So, okay, perfect. Well, let me screen share cart, copy link, and then last 4. You ready for it?
No, not yet. 1 second. Oh, excuse me. Okay, yes.
Okay. 1111.
Okay. See that's all.
Let's try the phone numbers. 111-1111. Lois, damn. 111-1112. Lois, damn. Okay, perfect. Good to go on that one.
Yep.
Let's do cruise on the next one. Okay, now Matt, you were asking about the wanting a diagram for that. So the reason that that's shown in the diagram is because a lot of people prefer to do it like that still. That was a way that we had historically done that with the battery bank relocation kit, but we no longer recommend it. We still sell it because a lot of people are very passionate about doing it like that, even though we don't think it's the best idea. And so if somebody wants to do it, I like keeping it in the diagram. But that particular circuit from the Lynx distributor to the 12 volt like OEM battery area, you just don't do any of that, and then nothing else changes. So we actually have a video about that that I can link to, or Grace can link to it, our new way versus old way. Maybe Grace can link to that here in just a second. She has to go look it up. She's doing 40 different things at the moment. So in that video, we'll teach you sort of the why and the how of what that means. And for the different wiring diagram that has 24 volt house batteries, so in the diagram, there's going to be a second page or an additional page that has different configurations of battery bank wiring kits. So there's no need to. And if you have any questions about that, just reach out to us, shop.explorist.life/support, and we can get you the proper diagrams that sort of point you in the right direction in that regard. Remember, we're not just sending you the parts and sending you on your way. You've got our support if you need them. You just reach out. So yeah, it's we've got you covered, and we can get you what you need. Let's see here. See if I can race Grace to it. She might have stepped away for lunch. Let's see here. Scrolling. Oh, Anna got it.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Good
Nice job, Anna.
That was quick. Okay, perfect. Oop. Yeah, Grace is texting us. Sorry, I missed that one. It's all good. All good, Grace. We all know you're cruising around over there. Team effort this morning. Okay, let's see. So that handles that question. Matt's all taken care of. Other question. So Mountain Sledder, he was the one with the expedition truck, the 48 volt expedition truck from earlier.
Yeah.
He said, with an Orion 48 to 12 volt converter, can it be run on its own, or does the inverter need to be on? So that's the first question. And the answer to that question is it's its own separate entity. That doesn't rely on the inverter in any regard. So it can run on its own. It has to run on its own. That's the only way it can run. What size of battery cables for 48 volt batteries? Let's see here. Should be in the kit. Oh, okay. Let's actually answer the last question before that question. Do you have the Epoch 48 volt batteries? And we can do that. Yes, we don't have them on the store yet, but that is something we should probably add on the store. The Epoch 48 volt batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they in stock? I think that's why we didn't have them originally.
True.
And I assume you're talking about the Epoch 48 volt 100 amp hour. That is the same.
Yeah, the Elite
footprint as this.
Right.
Oh, they are in stock. Okay. I think last time I looked at them, they were not yet in stock, and so I had not.
Right. I think they're new to come back in stock. Yeah.
But we can put that on the site.
Okay.
And we can also, if you just shoot us a message, we can also just special order that for you so that you can get the Black Friday discounts before.
Yeah.
I have time to get that on the site.
Yeah. So yeah, getting them on the site, it takes 15 or 20 minutes or so. And so we need to do that. But yeah, just to make sure you do that, Mountain Sledder, shoot us a message. You probably already heard me do it, but I want to do it again anyway, because everybody needs to know. Just shoot us a message at order support. And so if you'll just go to support and then fill out the form and just put it under general inquiry and remind us that you need the Epoch Elite 48 volt batteries, and we can put that in the store and add that to the kit builder, and then you'll be off to the races. And that will handle the question about the 48 volt batteries, battery wiring as well.
Yeah.
So we'll just add all of that to the system builder, and we can handle that pretty quickly, I think. I don't know how to do it. You're the one who does it. So whenever it's like we can handle it pretty quickly, I always have to be like, we can handle it pretty quickly. Right.
We can do that. Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah. Shoot us a message if you haven't already, and we can make sure that gets squared away. Hey, we're getting a few more questions. People are waking up from their lunchtime naps.
Yeah.
You missed your chance to get your nap.
I guess so.
Nice.
This says we started streaming 5 hours ago. Is that right?
5 hours and 4 minutes. Cruising.
No wonder I'm tired. I think last year was 5.5 hours.
Five and a half. The live stream is going to span from coffee drinking to beer drinking. We're just going to be able to roll right in. I will say that
I might need
the
to actually get my Celsius in between then.
yeah, that's true. So so we're going from coffee drinking to white monster drinking to bourbon.
to bourbon. Oh wow, we skipped beer. Went straight to bourbon.
I will say that once we get to the bourbon, the advice that we give gets arguably worse.
Or better. Who knows?
You will get advice, but it might not be the advice you want.
It might be the advice you want, but maybe not the advice you need.
Yeah, it's just going to turn into life lessons from Nate. Don't install this because it sucks to install and it smashes your fingers and all the practical stuff. Okay, anyway, let's cruise. Okay, let's see here.
Fergus B5787. Did we already do that one? No.
Ferg USB.
Ferg USB. I definitely read that as Fergus B, like Ferguson.
That's probably accurate, but I like breaking screen names up inappropriately. That's it's always fun. Ferg USB. Okay, I am considering upgrading to 2 SOK 316 amp hour batteries and a 3 kVA inverter charger. Average drive time between stops is 6 to 10 hours with a 3500 that has dual alternators. Would batteries get a full charge? Okay, so the batteries, the inverter.
So we need an alternator charging kit for.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say the Red Arc would be a great option for that.
Yeah, because if you're driving 6 to 10 hours, let's do the math on that real quick.
Let's do the low end 6 hours, and then we'll do the high end of 10 hours.
Okay, so if you're 316 amp hours.
Yep. No, times 2.
316 times 2 equals 632 amp hours times 13.6 volts. That gives you your watt hours of your whole bank. And then divide that.
Which is?
Oh, so that's 8595.
Okay.
So let's just call it 8600.
So 8600 watt hours.
Yep. Divided by 6 hours.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 1432 watts of charging. And the Red Arc BCDC 100 amp charger, that's going to be pretty close to that. So yes, 100 amps would charge that almost all the way to full. And that's given if your batteries are totally empty. If you started the trip with no charge in your batteries and then started driving and then trying to arrive where you needed to go. But if you had 10 hours, then that's going to charge it up to full. Yeah. So the Red Arc BCDC 100 amp is going to absolutely do that.
Yeah. Yep. So you definitely need the Red Arc BCDC 100 amp. That's great.
Yes. Let's see. No solar yet, just shore power, portable generator where the batteries get close to full charge. Blah blah blah. Yes. I'm trying.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm just looking through. I'm trying to skim
Rude.
pertinent information. This is how my brain works. All right. I think that's good. Cool. Yeah. So realistically, if you want to shoot us a message over here, well, I mean, can we do just a build if you just wanted to add the Red Arc to charge those batteries? That would be fine. Yeah. Let's build that. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's build that. See. Let's see. Ferg USB. Would you shoot us a message at shop.explorist.life/support with your screen name in there? That way we'll be sure to see it and just say that you're the one looking for the Red Arc charging system, and then that way we can respond to that message with the cart that we're fixing to build out, and then we could make sure that you get what you need. Okay. So no solar yet, just shore power, portable generator, and I'm assuming you're just plugging your shore power into that. Okay, perfect. So here's what we need. We need to first clear out this cart. Are we done with this cart, Steph?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. delete. Delete. And then this isn't part of a overall kit builder kind of thing, just because it's like just a part of other kit builders, but we still have everything that you need to make this happen. So we're going to go to shop. We're going to go to individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, DC to DC. Nope, that's converter. Alternator charging is what I meant to do. I'm going to select the Red Arc BCDC Alpha 100R wiring kit. This is a towable, right? I think I saw that in
I don't remember.
with a 3500 that has dual alternators with batteries get full charge. I assume that's a 3500, probably a truck. I guess it could be a van. We'll just treat this as a towable and say you need 50 feet of it. So that plus the Red Arc there. It says available on back order, but the back order time is extremely short. We just ran out. We've got more on the way, so they're only going to be out of stock for a couple days.
Yeah, they should be here early next week. Yeah.
Yeah, so they should be here Monday, Tuesday. Okay, so we're adding that to the cart, and then all you need here, since I assume you're probably not installing a Lynx distributor here, you're going to need the breaker on this end. That's going to connect to your batteries, and since this kit's kind of designed to connect to the Lynx distributor, it doesn't include that, so you're going to get a mega fuse you're not going to use, but ultimately we need to get you the breaker that goes right there. And so that is going to be, and if you're listening in the chat right now and this is not a towable, let me know, that way we can fix it on the fly. Okay, so we also need components, looking for fuses and breakers. Fuses and breakers, DC breakers right here. We need the 150 amp version there. Okay. That comes with, does that come with lugs? How do we do that?
Scroll up. Let me see. That one does not.
This
come
one
with
does
lugs.
not. Okay. How do we want to accommodate that?
I don't know. I should probably add that in.
Because we have it on the 60 amp
Mhm.
version with the
Yeah.
4 gauge lugs and the 6 gauge lugs.
What do we need the breaker for? Sorry.
Oh, good. So this is the one that it's BCDC wiring kit designed to go to the Lynx distributor. We suspect that he probably doesn't have a Lynx distributor in his system because he's just adding DC to DC charging, and he needs the breaker right before the auxiliary battery or the house battery.
Could you do an MRBF fuse?
Yep, sure could. Good idea. And then that would solve that problem. So we're going to do an MRBF fuse. Add to cart. Single fuse holder there, add to cart. And then we also need a Anderson connector. So we're going components, connectors.
Go to the next page.
I know we have them. Oh, there's a second page. Right. Here. And it's this guy, right?
Yep, 1 gauge.
Contact size, 1 gauge. Add to cart. And you can kind of ignore this back order. All this stuff's going to be in early next week.
Yeah.
If it's not coming in today. All right, and that's all you need. So you need the wiring kit, you need the component, you need the fuse, you need the fuse holder. These are for the house battery or auxiliary battery back in the camper, and then also the Anderson connector at the hitch, and that is pretty much that. So pretty straightforward for the most part. It's just you have to know where to find all this stuff. This one's kind of those one-off systems, but we have everything to make it happen. So I'll go ahead and get this share it with Steph, and then she can share it to you if you haven't already got the inquiry. Did that come in?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so if you'll shoot us a message at shop.explorist.life/support with this information, or your contact support, fill out this form, and then we can send over this cart for you. So that is that. Can I get, Steph, can I just tell you the cart number, and then we can note it for whenever he reaches out?
Yes, 1 second. Let me find. Oh, I have too many screens open at this point.
And it's going to get worse.
It's just gonna get worse from here. What was his name?
That's going to be Ferg USB. Or Fergus B,
Fergus B.
which is more likely.
I don't know if that's more likely.
Hey, Brian, thanks for stopping in and hanging out with us on this live chat. And thanks for your order. More specifically, the weekly tutorials that we put out is funded 100% from our store at this point. And so you guys ordering anything from our store is a whole reason we can do that stuff. So we appreciate you coming to hang out on the live chat this morning, and also for your orders. So have a good rest of your day.
All right, what was that card number?
Last four is 1114.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so that one's good to go.
Alrighty.
What else we got? What's next? Let's see
What
here.
other questions do we have?
Oh, that was you. All right. Should I wire my 4 eco-worthy 12-volt batteries in 2S2P and go for a 24-volt system, or stick with 12-volt system? 12-volt system, without a shadow of a doubt. You had to start doing battery balancers and all that other kind of stuff. We don't even sell battery balancers because we think it's such a bad idea. I don't want to support a system that, like, I know is inherently going to start being problematic. And, you know, with an eco-worthy battery, that's a very budget-friendly battery, and its internal balancing is likely not really set up for something along those lines. So you need a balancer, and let's just keep it a 12-volt system. If you want us to build out the rest of the system or anything like that, just shoot us a message over at shop.explorist.life/support, or you can fill out this get a quote right up here. So shop.explorist.life, get a quote right up here. And then we'll get you what you need for the rest of that system to accommodate those 12-volt batteries. All right. What else we got?
I think that's all of the questions on this one.
I think so.
And our customer service team is handling these inquiries faster than we can read them. So,
hey, that's ideal. Hey, if anybody else wants to get their system built live, I mean, we're going to be around here as long as people are asking for, quotes and stuff like that. And but if things are kind of slowing down, we may just kind of hop off here soon. But we'll be in our support inbox for the rest of the weekend. This is sort of the only weekend we sort of have sales, and so we want to be here to support you guys for that. So we keep our prices low year round, and this is the only time we sort of drop them even further. So if you guys need a full quote, full system, anything like that, parts, components, etc., just hit us up, shop.explorist.life/support. There's a form there you can fill out to get anything you need there. We're going to take a real quick break, and then we will be back. If you guys have any questions, need quotes, drop that, and then we'll circle back around when we get back.
Upgrade your RV or van's electrical system? EXPLORIST.life is now offering in-house custom installations in Redmond, Oregon. Whether you're improving your current setup or starting from scratch, our team builds safe, reliable, high-quality systems designed specifically for your rig. Built by pros who live and breathe off-grid power. Book your install today at shop.explorist.life/installations and get the power to explore.
And we're back. All right. Well, I think questions have slowed down dramatically, and customer inquiries are being handled as quickly as they're coming across at this point. And so I have a couple more inquiries in my inbox. I know you do as well. And I think that we're going to go ahead and call it quits on this particular live stream. We've been cruising for just a shade under an hour and a half, or 5.5, blah, blah, blah. 5.5 hours at this point. And so we hope this was helpful, and we hope that, getting some insight into how we build different kits and different systems and getting you what you need. I hope this whole thing was helpful, and I always have a good time doing these, and it's kind of fun to be able to, sort of get that real-time feedback and get that stuff over to you, and that way you can kind of review it and everything like that. Now, if you're still listening and you're left with questions, just hit up shop.explorist.life/get-a-quote. I'll drop it in the chat right now, right here. And I just dropped that in the chat. And then additionally, if you lose this link, you can just go up here to shop.explorist.life, and then you can get a quote. And then over here, you can click contact and then support. And then that's pretty much that. The last question we got before we sort of can wrap it up here is Tim Shepard asked, if you buy products, do you get support, or do you need to buy the support agreement separately? So no, if you buy your components from us, you get complimentary customer support. We'll answer any questions you've got about things that you purchased from us. Now, if you've purchased items somewhere else and then you come to us for help, yes, we are going to have to charge you the support membership cost for that. And if you buy some things from us and some things from Amazon, we'll support you with the things that you've purchased from us. But if we sort of determine that it's probably a problem resulting from a component you didn't purchase from us, we can still help, but we will need to get you on that customer support thing. So that's kind of a good reason to just buy all your stuff from us. That way we can be your singular point of contact. We don't have to charge you for the pro support membership and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty much that. If you have any questions, hit us up, shop.explorist.life/support. We will be working all weekend to try to get all these inquiries handled so that you all can take advantage of the sales that we typically don't run. We don't run any sales really throughout the whole year. And so now is the only time. Orders are being fulfilled in the order that they come in. We've already sent out a bunch of orders today. The warehouse team is off for the weekend, but they will be back at it on Monday. And the sooner you put in your order, the sooner it's going to go out the door, and the less chance you'll have any kind of back order problems or anything like that. Mason just said that they just purchased their electrical kit. So glad we're able to sort of, bring that full circle and get you what you needed in that regard. We sure do appreciate, your business. Anything else for now?
I don't think so. Everybody have a great weekend. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. See y'all next time.